Better gas.
Oh, yeah, no, that'd be tough.
Happy, Brendan, so we're live, and we're gonna start the meeting. Okay.
Good morning, all. I'd like to call this special meeting of council to order. For our Ministry of Municipal Affairs friends to give us some good information. Welcome. And we need a mover and a seconder to confirm our agenda. Moved by Councillor Gaddery and seconded by Councillor Smith.
Was moved by Councillor Gaddery and seconded by Councillor Schmidt. Be it resolved that the agenda for the special council meeting of January 11th, 2024 be approved as printed.
All those in favor of the resolution, show of hands. Thank you very much. No objections, carried. And now I get them. Oh, okay. Anyone have any or interest or any item of that nature? Seeing none, we'll move forward and we'll turn the meeting over to our friends from the ministry.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, thank you all for having us today. My name is Brandon Hoffenels, and as some of you might know, I'm the municipal advisor for the Cochrane district, which is, of course includes Black River Matheson. So since I'm the new face in the room, I felt like I should take a bit of time to briefly introduce myself. So I was born and raised in Timmins, Ontario, so I made quite a few visits over the years in Black River Matheson throughout my childhood. And another connection I have with the township, I worked as a research assistant for Dawson for 2 years ago, where I assisted them with some research that pertained actually to the worker bees. So, you know, I attended a few of the committee meetings over the course of my time there. So, yeah, that's just a small connection I have here. And joining me today is Kathy Horgan, who is the manager of the local government and housing unit at the Municipal Services Office. And as you're all aware, we are here today to deliver some training on key issues and matters that are important to municipal councillors. So for the purpose of this presentation, is it going on?
It's okay, I'll tell them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Is there some side you can spend a lot of time?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, so for the purpose of this presentation, the slide deck that's displayed here has been prepared as a companion to the Ontario Municipal Councillors Guide, which you can find on the Ontario government website. So neither of the documents is intended to replace provincial legislation, but they may be used as tools that can assist you in your role as an elected official. So,
Is it possible to move the screen a bit?
Sure.
Yeah.
Because we can't see your, no.
I'm just like. Around. Okay.
We're gonna get whiplash here. Is that better for you? Yeah, much better. Thank you.
No, I'm good here. Yeah, I can see it. Thank you.
If you guys want to see this, go ahead. I want to say that.
I don't want
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. All right. Great slide. Oh,
Just
Yeah.
a sec, Kathy. Can you flip it back?
Yeah.
It's working?
Well, I'm flipping it, but
I think
it
it
keeps
was
going
on.
on its own. And usually doesn't do that, so I don't know what's. Hold on. Okay, so I'm just.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, disclaimer, it should be noted that these slides are meant to summarize certain sections in the counselor's guide and should not be used for legal or official purposes. We want to stress that we're not lawyers and you should always consult the legislation and regulations. And when necessary, municipal staff should seek advice from the municipality's lawyer. We will not be able to cover every aspect of your role as an elected official, since that would take up a lot of time. This provides you with a better understanding and improves your comfort level.
Okay. So I'll do it then, Kathy, okay?
You're gonna do it?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Perfect.
You're going slow.
So, before we begin, we would like to briefly introduce Honorable Paul Calandra, who is the MPP for the Markham Steubenville riding, and most notably the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, who was appointed as former Steve Clark's replacement in September 2023. Slide. So as previously mentioned, the material provided during our training is based on the information contained in the counselor's guide. The guide is intended to summarize complex matters. It doesn't include every detail and does not take into account local facts and circumstances. So for example, it includes references to specific sections in the legislation, but other provisions of legislation are also relevant. The guide reflects laws and practices that are subject to change. And municipalities and councillors are responsible for making decisions that comply with the law. The guide, as well as any links or information from other sources, is not a substitute for legal or professional advice. So anyone using the information from the guide is responsible for the use and the application of the guide.
If I can just add there too, the name of the guide is a bit of a misnomer. It says Counselor's Guide. It's not a guide for counselors. Well, I mean, it is, but it's not just intended for counselors. Really, the guide is intended to explain how municipalities operate. And there is information in there on the head of council, which we will be covering. But it generally covers how municipalities operate and function, and so it's a good guide for counselors, heads of council, us even, we refer to it often, and it's also even members of the public. We refer members of the public to this guide as well, so that they can learn how municipalities operate and the difference between council and staff and their roles. So I just want to make it known that it's not just for councilors.
Next slide. All right. So the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing administers approximately 50 statutes. So this is just a list of the main ones that we tend to deal with most often. But for today's presentation, we'll focus mainly on the Municipal Act of 2001, so the first listed here, which is the primary piece of legislation that governs municipalities in Ontario. So displayed here, we have a map of the geographical area that is administered by the Municipal Services Office in Sudbury. So this area comprises 110 single tier municipalities, 13 of which are in the Cochrane district. In our Sudbury office, we have staff working in areas like local governments, land use planning, and also housing. Next slide. So we in the Municipal Services Office are your primary point of contact within our ministry and your portal into other ministries. So we do our best to help build municipal capacity through advice and training on legislations governing municipal affairs, like, as I mentioned previously, the Municipal Act, Municipal Elections Act, the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, so on and so forth. We also do through asset management practices, municipal shared services, community improvement plans, revenue and planning tools, financial management practices, service delivery revenues, reviews, etc. And also through land use planning to help foster accountable decision-making and promote the use of existing planning tools. We also provide advice regarding government initiatives. We identify and relay best practices. We partner with municipalities and others for common goals, and we help build effective relationships. Slide.
If anybody has any questions as we're going through it.
Yeah.
We'll take questions as we go. I find it's easier to deal with the question as we're discussing something. But we'll kind of keep an eye because we do have a lot of material to go through. So, because anybody who knows me knows that I like to talk. So, I may tend to delay it a little bit. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, feel free to ask.
Yeah, don't hesitate to cut me off at any time to ask questions. So yeah, but for today's presentation, we'll be addressing the following topics here. So first off, we'll start with role of council, councillor, and staff. Next, we'll move on to accountability and transparency. Then we'll go to meetings, municipal government, municipal organization, changes to council composition, council as lawmakers, exercising municipal powers, and then we'll finish off with the physical context. So now let's jump to section 1. Slide. So the key to any organization, whether it's government, business, industry, or local service club, is for everyone to understand their respective roles and relationships. So the next slides here, we're going to review the role of the head of council, the head of council's role as chief executive officer, the role of council in general, the role of the CAO, clerk, treasurer, and discretionary staff, which are all key to an effective local government. So in Ontario, a council is required to have a minimum of 5 members, one of whom is the head of council. So the role of council is outlined in section 224 of the Municipal Act. It's the role of council and consider municipal interests and the municipality's well-being, to develop and evaluate the policies and programs of the municipality, determine which services the municipality provides, ensure administrative and controllership policies, practices, and procedures are in place to implement any of council's decisions, ensure the accountability and transparency of all of the municipality's operations, maintain the financial integrity of the municipality, and to carry out the duties of council under the Municipal Act and also other acts. So depending on the municipality, the head of council may have different titles. So it's up to each council to determine its composition. So for example, the head of council could be sometimes referred to as the mayor, or at other times it could be referred to as the REIT. So the role of head of council is outlined in section 225 of the Act. It is the role of the head of council to provide leadership to council, to preside over council meetings so that its business can be carried out effectively, provide information and recommendations to council with respect to the role of council, represent the municipality at official functions, and carry out the duties of the head of council under the Municipal Act and any other act. It is also the role of head of council to act as a chief executive officer of the municipality, which should be noted, it's not the same as the chief executive officer of a corporation, and he's very separate from the CAO's role. So as a chief executive officer, the head of council has the responsibilities like upholding and promoting the purposes of the municipality, promoting public involvement in the municipality's activities, acting as the representative of the municipality, both within and outside of the municipality, and promote the municipality, locally, nationally, and internationally. and also participating in and fostering activities that enhance the economic, social, and environmental well-being of the municipality and the residents within it. So within all of these responsibilities, the head of council has a high profile and a leading role. Part of the role is balancing citizen expectations. However, it is important to remember that council decisions are made by the entire council. So in other words, council as a whole is the decision-making body. The head of council, just like other council members, have only one vote and does not have the power to make decisions for the municipality without the agreement of council. So the head of council is also required to sign all council-approved bylaws and contracts. Next slide. So councillors have several roles that may overlap, as you may see here. So for example, you may have a representative, policymaking, and stewardship role to play in your municipality. So the issues may be complex and many decisions you make will have long-term consequences that may extend beyond your term. Any decisions should be made in the context of your municipality's plans for the long-term health of your community. Next slide. So in your role as a representative, you are elected by your constituents to represent their views when dealing with issues that come before council. However, your constituents have many views and opinions, and you cannot represent all of them at all times. You will have to consider a variety of opposing interests and make decisions that will not be popular with everyone in the community. In situations like these, you should use your judgment and decide based on the best interests of the municipality as a whole. So in practice, there is no single correct approach to the representative role. And in certain occasions, you may find that you fall somewhere in between two opposing viewpoints. So be sure to familiarize yourself with any policies or protocols that your municipality may have in place regarding the handling of complaints and citizen inquiries. Although you may want to find some way of helping, remember to consult municipal staff. Working as a team with the rest of council and staff will contribute to making your time on council a success. If your municipality does not have a policy for handling citizen inquiries, complaints, or even frequently asked questions, you are encouraged to work with council and staff to develop such a policy. You may wish to refer to the Ontario Ombudsman tip sheet or even neighboring municipalities for best practices when developing such a process. Furthermore, there may be circumstances where decisions are made by designated staff that operate at arm's length from the municipality, and where it could be inappropriate for elected officials to interfere or be seen interfering. So examples of this would include decisions made by the fire chief, the chief building official, or even the medical officer of health. A councillor who has made promises that cannot be kept may end up losing credibility with citizens and strain working relationships with staff. So that's the risk. Next slide. So some council decisions are routine, others establish general principles to help guide future actions. Those are often considered policy decisions. Some policies can be specific, such as, let's say, a bylaw requiring dogs to be kept on leashes in public areas. And others can be more general, such as the approval of an official plan. So this slide here details 8 key steps in the development of policies. So first off, you have identifying the issue. Second, agree on facts and ensure objectives are met. 3, direct staff to research issues, identify and recommend options to council. 4, engage members of the public and consider their feedback. 5, review staff's information and consider demands on time, funding, and other issues. 6, make a decision based on the best course of action available. and adopt a policy. 7, direct staff to implement the policy. And finally, 8, work with staff to evaluate policy and amend as required. So in many cases, council refers a policy issue to a committee of council to take advantage of the committee's expertise in a particular area and to reduce council's workload. So in practice, policy making is sometimes less orderly than described because of factors like a rapidly changing environment, the complexity of issues that the local government is facing, and the difficulty in singling out problems that require immediate attention. There's also the issue of differing views by stakeholders and members of the public. The lack of time to identify possible alternatives and to actually conduct research. The legal and financial limits on what council may do, and the complexity of implementing policies and developing mechanisms to monitor them effectively. Council is the primary policy-making body of the municipality. So the administration is responsible for carrying out council's policy decisions. The two roles are distinct, but there can be much overlap between them. Although staff is responsible for implementing a policy, council may wish to develop appropriate reporting mechanisms to help ensure that the policies are being carried out as intended and also as effectively as possible so that can keep tabs on the implementation process. And the next slide.
If I can add, before we leave this slide, you can see how the arrows, they kind of imply that it goes around in a circle, that they're cyclical. So a policy, once it's adopted, is not intended to be sitting on the shelf. And as Brandon said, council will use the policy to set up some reporting mechanisms, build those into the policy in order to help monitor how staff is implementing the policies. By the report back, we mean build in periodic reporting requirements for staff to bring back information to you about how the policy is being implemented. How, you know, and Brandon mentioned about complaints. We'll look at the complaints that might be coming in from an overall management perspective. You know, managing of the policies. Administration is going to manage and implement the policies, but council's role is to monitor how they're being implemented. So, and that's your role. So, and the only way you could do that is if you're getting reports back from staff on how it's being implemented and how it's actually working on the ground. Because you may think that you know, you want to implement something, and over the course of maybe 6 months, it's really staff is implementing as you intended, but it's not working out as you intended. So that's when staff will bring reports back to you. You will have a discussion with staff about, okay, how is this working? Should we maybe tweak a little bit? So the whole intent is that your policy is never meant to just sit on the shelf. It's a living document, and it's always meant for you to go back and have a look at it, have a review, have a review of them, have built-in review periods into your policies. Don't just, like I said, let them go, let them work. No one policy is perfect. So have those the monitoring built in and have the review periods built in so that you can determine whether or not and make the tweaks as you go to make sure that it's actually the best policy for you in this pattern.
So Kathy, having said that, it's a good idea. Certainly, our policies indicating the end when that's reviewed is. We don't have the system that you just described, but we're pretty close. But in the case where, and we're no different than anybody else, you may have a municipality that have 100 policies.
Yeah.
So I think you've got to narrow that down to the numbers from which you're going to monitor others. So I would go directly to the section 270 policies. Because those are the ones that you are required to have. There might be other bylaws that might be, you know, maybe controversial within the community, that type of thing that you want to do as well. But, you know, you got to be careful like this, how many you're asking the staff to do, because it is.
No, definitely. Good point, Chris. And yeah, that's for sure. Those policies that more impact the public, those are obviously the ones you're gonna be receiving the most complaints about. And yeah, you're gonna prioritize which ones you will want. But if there's internal policies that more impact, just the internal functions of the municipality, that obviously may not be as important to review, but still review periodically. And it's still part of the staff's job to, bring information to council, to let council know how they're being implemented. The one thing I always like to bring up is, the operation of the arena. Council decides they're gonna close, or they're gonna change the operating hours of the arena. That's a policy decision. And then if you reduce the amount of hours and the public is complaining and, the hockey groups or the groups using the arena are all conflicted in their times and nobody can get their times in. Well, those are stats that staff are gonna bring back to you for you to say, okay, let's look at this. What are the costs? What's the staffing implication? And that's all part built into the policy development. So the main point I wanted to make is that you don't just adopt a policy and have it sit on the shelf. You gotta work with them and staff will bring information back to you on how to work.
Next slide. So council's objectives are to ensure that the municipality's financial and administrative resources are used as efficiently as possible. So there's a fine line between council's overall stewardship of the municipality and the administration's management of day-to-day activities. Generally, council monitors the implementation of its approved policies and programs, but the practical aspect of its implementation and administration are a staff responsibility. To be effective in the stewardship role, council may wish to have processes in place to ensure that policies are adopted by council are being implemented by staff. Staff are administrating services and programs as council intended. Rules and regulations are being applied correctly and consistently. Funds are being spent only as authorized, and the municipality's resources are being used appropriately and as efficiently as possible. So establishing and following these guidelines helps council lead the day-to-day details for staff to manage. Council is freer to deal with exceptional situations, ensure that policies are current, and listen to issues that are raised by the public to represent the broader community.
Question? So just for the last one, I think that could be, funds are being spent only as authorized and the resources are being used appropriately. I mean, again, I look at, we have an audit that we have for the accountants that do the audit. So I look at, that could, I mean, if I have something, so well, on this area of the township, I mean, that could cause a lot of extra work for the treasurer or people that are there. Like, I'm just thinking for financial things, we have, as far as seeing how all the finances are laid out, we do that in the budget, but we really don't see reports. So I'm thinking that could be problematic if people are asking questions of that. Is it appropriate to ask stuff like that for reports to see where everything's going? Like, I just think at the end of the year, usually we just have the audit that tells us where the money was spent.
Yep. So,
No,
that's one way, is your annual audit. That's gonna tell you where everything went and what the position was in. Throughout the year, I know a lot of municipalities will prepare what they call budget variance reports. So council staff can provide those. They can give you an update, whether you want it on a monthly, quarterly, semi-annual basis. And they can tell you, that in itself will tell you where you are in relation to your budget and how the spending is going in relation to your budget. Other things about monitoring the financial resources of the municipality is you are required to have it's escaping me. The permit of goods policy, purchasing policy. So in there, you're going to delegate to staff the spending limits that they have. And so if you, and again, in that policy, you can build in some report backs where it's okay, if you gave staff certain authority to go ahead and make purchases up to a certain spending limit without a tender, but they have to obtain 3 quotes. But as part of that, it's, you know, when you do that, if it's a certain dollar value, staff is to prepare a staff report and just say, here's what I spent, right? So there's ways that you can build that in without, I think without too much, staff, adding too much, work on staff. Chris?
I do firmly believe that, I always look at this as an incorporated company. We get board of directors, staff, shareholders. In terms of, I just wanted to add the delegation of authorities policy. So delegation of authorities policy too is one that can be used for that possibility. But, my preference would be to quarterly financial statements, budget variance, balance sheet, that type of thing. Simply because it cuts down work staff does it. It makes the results more meaningful than what you're seeing monthly change. Yeah. But in our situation, and I'll let Cassandra speak to this if she wants, but we've run into a myriad from COVID to lacking staff, a whole bunch of issues that has prevented us from putting something meaningful for council, because there's always a danger. For example, if your bank reconciliations weren't up to date, that's going to make your budget variance report look very strange. And so then you're going to add a pile of notes, which is a lot of work. So I would agree generally with what you said. I think it's a great idea. And I think it helps council fulfill their fiduciary.
It's definitely something to strive to. We recommend that that's something. Obviously, it's the current situation in any municipality, staffing situation. We have some small municipalities where there's one person, and can they reasonably do everything that a municipality is required to do? It's tough, but finding the best way for your municipality to get for your council to get the information you need, work with staff to develop those practices.
Cass?
I can, so we would always give council budget variance reports. It just seems as if since this council, there hasn't been an opportunity to keep up to date with the financial records. And when the auditor was making the presentation, I know the auditor had even made the statement, you have to be cautious about releasing financial records that are not accurate and not the true representation of the financial position of the municipality. So that's been our struggle this past year. And of course, it doesn't tie in well when we had such a large increase with our tax levy. So hoping for a better year in 2024 so that we can release even these simple budget variance reports. Yeah.
Along with the budget variance reports, it's not, don't just put the report in there and have the council look at a bunch of different numbers. Staff, if you can, and get your department heads to explain why there's variances, because I mean, if you're giving a budget variance report at the end of June and January to March and winter budget just went through the roof, and you're looking at the winter maintenance budget, and department head should be telling you and explaining the variances. So is that anecdotal information that can help supplement those reports that you're getting? Again, when you have full complement of staff, that's definitely something to definitely strive.
Next slide. So yeah, once you're familiar with the policies currently in place, council can monitor the municipality's administrative efficiency. With input from municipal staff, council can determine whether the policies are functioning well or if changes are necessary. So as part of this process, council may wish to define corporate objectives and set goals and priorities, establish clear administrative practices, provide specific guidelines to staff on the applications of those policies, delegate appropriate responsibilities to staff to the extent permitted under municipal legislation, establish a personnel management policy that emphasizes the recruitment, hiring, evaluation, training, and development of staff. ensure that policies with respect to most municipal operations are in place, with special note to mandatory policies required by the Act, so section 270. Develop protocols for the flow of information between council and staff. And consider establishing a protocol for sharing approaches with other local governments and Indigenous communities that share a common interest in community health, culture, and economy. So relationship building early with Indigenous communities is key to effective partnerships down the road.
If I can add on the development of the communication protocols. Somewhere during the presentation, I always like to talk about the hourglass. So, if you can picture an hourglass, so you got the two triangles, okay, and then they're connected with a little hole. So the hourglass with the sand in the middle. So the top triangle is gonna be council. The bottom triangle is gonna be your staff. The hole in the middle that's connecting them is your CAO. So information, think of the sand in that hourglass as the information in your communication. So the communication flows through your CAO down to staff. And then when you flip it over, staff communicate to council through the CAO. So when you're thinking about a communication protocol, obviously think about the administrative structure that you have in place, and that communication should be flowing through your CAO. So again, think about that hourglass. I can't remember where I heard that, but I stole it and I like to talk about it. So.
Next slide. And speaking about the CAO, a municipality may appoint a CAO, and section 22 of the Act sets out the role. So exercising general control and management of the affairs of the municipality for the purpose of ensuring the efficient and effective operation of the municipality, and also performing such other duties as assigned by the municipality. So the function of the CAO within the municipality is akin to the role of a chief executive officer within a business framework. So the CAO is responsible for the general management of the day-to-day operations of the municipality, which may include developing and implementing internal administrative policies, and to ensure the effective and accountable municipal operations. So just as section 224 of the Act outlines the role of council, section 227 sets out the role of staff. So it is the role of the officers and employees to implement council's decisions and establish administrative practices to carry out those decisions of council. Undertake research and provide advice to council on municipal policies and programs, and carry out other duties required under the Municipal Act or any act and other duties assigned by the municipality. So some officers of the municipality, such as the clerk and the treasurer, chief building official and fire chief, are all have all statutory obligations. So to help staff in meeting council's expectations, council could provide clear policy decisions, directions, and expectations. They can adopt policies that complement staff efforts to improve administrative operations, consult staff before deciding on policies and programs, and be prepared for council meetings. And as a counselor, you can help staff by treating them respectfully, directing inquiries through the appropriate processes that are established by the municipality, and providing clear direction to staff. And then staff in turn could provide well-organized agendas, including supporting materials, provide advice on policies, and implement council decision as effectively and as professionally as possible. Next slide. So both council and staff have very different roles within the municipality, but their roles have a common goal. Council generally represents the community and sets the policy direction for the municipality, whereas staff provides the research and advice to help council in their decision-making process. Once council makes a decision, staff has general responsibility to implement the policy of council. So for example, through administrating and delivering services and programs to the community under the general direction of the CEO. The CEO, staff, and council rely on one another to move the municipality forward. Both council and the CEO provide leadership. Council provides political leadership on behalf of the residents. They are the voice of the people to reflect public opinion and to give voice to public concerns. The CEO, on the other hand, provides leadership to the organization. So the relationship between the CEO, staff, and council is interconnected, and it is important for council members and staff to respect one another so that they can serve the public in an effective manner. Municipalities must have a policy on the relationship between council members and staff, and this is outlined in section 270 of the Municipal Act. So a strategic plan can be considered an essential part of municipal governance. Strategic planning is a process an organization uses to define a direction and make decisions about allocating resources, both financial and staff resources. It helps council to develop strategies, goals, objectives, and action plans to achieve the future it desires. It is forward-thinking and proactive, and it can be a guide to decision-making, project planning, and also budgeting. Becoming familiar with your municipality's strategic plan is an effective way of understanding both the organization and the environment that you'll be working in. Your municipality's administrative, financial, and planning decisions should reflect this strategic plan. Decisions are more easily made when seen in the context of your municipality's long-term strategy. The plan is a framework that encourages consistency in municipal decision-making among both councilors and municipal staff. When developed with public input, the plan represents a shared view of the municipality's future and encourages public commitment to achieve it. A municipality may wish to measure its success over time and review the plan periodically to ensure that it aligns with current issues. Just like what Kathy was saying, not to just leave it on the shelf without reviewing it. It's best to review it, occasionally. Next slide.
And what some municipalities do is on their staff reports, they'll actually have a line on their requirement for staff to indicate how, if they're bringing a matter before council for a decision, they sometimes will have it, how does this matter link to the strategic plan? How does this link to things like even asset management plan? So some municipalities will do that as well. So just something.
So succession planning is becoming increasingly important as we see baby boomers age and move into retirement. Succession planning can be carried out to ensure when key personnel leave, the municipality can continue to deliver necessary programs and services with minimal disruption. Succession planning programs can offer challenging and rewarding career possibilities and empower current employees by helping them to develop the skills they need to move into more senior positions. Councils may wish to consider the following suggestions as they develop a succession plan. So the scope of the succession planning program, the growth expectations for the municipality, staff and human resource assessments. So for example, upcoming retirements, staff interested in skills development and workplace advancements. Also key positions that are integral to the operation of the municipality, so such as the CEO, clerk, and treasurer. Recruitment and training strategies and resources to support succession planning. The responsibility for undertaking a succession planning program and preparing a succession plan is generally that of the CEO and management staff, of course, under the guidance of council. The responsibility for implementing a succession plan, including staff development initiatives, rests with the council, the CEO, management, and the employees of the municipality. So it's important to note that a succession plan is not a static document, and a municipality may wish to evaluate it regularly.
In addition to the human resources side of it, we often forget to think about knowledge transfer. So if you have, and I can speak from experience, we had a road superintendent that was there for like 35, 40 years. The guy had everything in his head. He didn't write anything down. We're talking, this was back in the mid-90s when he retired. They didn't write things down back then. All of that knowledge that he had about various roads, when culverts were installed, things like that, financial records get destroyed after 7 years, right? So he had all that. So it's also ensuring not just that you have the staff, but that you have a system implemented so that that knowledge transfer also transfers when somebody retires. So we want to put that in there, that it's not just the human side, it's those are your records, right? But they shouldn't be sitting in somebody's head.
Next slide. So we move on to section 2 of the deck. So ensuring accountability and transparency is one of council's roles under section 224 of the Act, and is a priority in maintaining public trust. So accountability can be thought of as using public resources responsibly, whereas transparency is proving it by providing open information to the public. So for example, we all know streets need to be plowed in the winter time. So being accountable means that making sure there are enough operators to get the job done at a reasonable time and at a reasonable cost. Being transparent, on the other hand, means showing the cost of the snow plowing to the public, so they are aware of it. So section 2 focuses on the accountability and transparency framework, comprising requirements and options that municipalities and council members may follow. Keep it on that slide first. So a bit more on this slide here. Documenting policies is essential to an open and transparent council. Many municipalities have developed policy manuals to provide a basis for sound decision making and to help ensure that policies are implemented and applied in a consistent fashion. So the Act requires municipalities to have policies on numerous matters, and these matters are outlined here on the slide. So when you're creating a policy, it can be helpful to look at what other municipalities have done and what is included in their policies, just to guide how your policy will form. Next slide. So codes of conduct usually set out standards for councillor conduct. Codes may help prevent ethical conflicts and help their resolution, serve as a basis for council orientation and training, and serve as a reference throughout council's term. So municipalities are required to establish codes of conduct for council members and local boards, and are required to include certain subject matters in their local codes, such as gifts, benefits, and hospitality, respectful conduct, including towards officers and employees of the municipality or local boards, confidential information, and use of municipal or local board property and also equipment. So it's up to the municipalities to decide how to develop their codes. This slide provides matters that a municipality may consider when developing and also reviewing their codes of conduct. So for a complete list of considerations, you're encouraged to review the Ontario Municipal Council's Guide. It provides a lot more information on this matter. In the case of shared boards, there is a need for agreement as to which code of conduct applies to the local board to avoid confusion in the case of wording variances between different codes of conduct and for members from different municipalities. Next slide. So since 2019, municipalities have been required to ensure that the public has access to an integrity commissioner. The integrity commissioner's role is to perform in an independent manner the functions assigned by council with respect to applying the codes of conduct for council members and certain local boards, applying local procedures, rules, and policies governing the ethical behavior of members, applying certain rules from the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act to members, requests for advice from council members and certain local boards, respecting their obligations under either the code of conduct, local procedure rules, or policies governing ethical behavior, and certain sections of the MCIA. And also providing educational information to the public, council, and local boards about local codes of conduct for members and about the MCIA. So the commissioner's functions also include conducting inquiries into requests from council or a local board, a member of council or a board, or a member of the public about whether or not a contravention of the code of conduct has taken place. So it's up to the municipality to decide how to proceed after the commissioner's report has been submitted and presented to council.
We'll talk a little bit more later about the role of the integrity commission with respect to these interest. So just let you know that part is in.
Yeah.
If we can though, one thing that I'd like to mention with respect to the integrity commissioner is I like to recommend to municipalities that when you're hiring an integrity commissioner, that you establish clear service level standards for your integrity commission. So outline the circumstances under which they're hired. So if you're going to hire a contractor to plow your roads, you're gonna have some sort of service level standards in it. If you say they have to go out and plow at 8 inches and they're plowing at 12 inches, well, they're not completing, or they're not complying with the requirements of that agreement, right? And you're gonna deal with no different with an integrity commissioner. They're providing a service to the municipality. So you should have a contract with them that spells out your expectations on how they're going to do that service. Chris?
Kathy, some municipalities, including us, have a code. Stuff.
Yeah.
I haven't run into anybody that doesn't have a protocol, but I'm sure there's lots of them. So the advice is well taken. I just wanted to go back just for a second and talk about the policy making role. So I quite often describe it as the fulcrum for council. So if you don't have a well-defined and good policy process, the other two, the representative role and management will fall apart. And I've always said that policies are the backbone of the municipality. And if you don't have them, then it turns to jelly, which everything then falls apart. So it's very important amongst everything else to ensure that you do have a policy making. And sometimes that'll mature over time as council gets more staff work on it.
No, definitely good point. Policies help guide council decision making. So if a matter comes before you and you don't have a policy on it, then it can lead to inconsistent decision making, which can lead to confusion in the public, right? So, and can lead to the public being treated in different ways, which I don't think you want. You want everyone treated in the same manner. And, which is, again, I keep forgetting to search up the phrase, but there's something about doing paper. And ensure that these things are in writing, and that they're being followed. Oftentimes we see municipalities where you say, yeah, I've had this policy for years, but are you practicing that? If you're not practicing it, then it means that what you originally wanted isn't working for you, so go and make that amendment. And it just takes, one meeting to make that amendment, so then your policy is actually, matches what you're practicing. Last thing you want is the public to be confused about how things should be managed.
Well, it can also be worse than that, because in today's environment, a populist agenda is very common. We see that so order. And if council does not have policies, then in fulfilling their representative role, they can actually get caught into bringing policy to the table that is more on a populist level. In other words, a very loud group, a special interest group, community, that type of thing. And then that's where what you said, Kathy, can happen back and forth. It's not good for anyone.
And remember, it's the people sitting around the table, the council table, that were elected, that make the decisions. And you establish the policies with staff input, because they're the ones working in it every day. But you're the ones who make the decisions, and you're the ones who need to, stick by those decisions. If you feel at any one time that, oh, you know what we put in this policy really isn't working because we're getting too many complaints, or staff is coming to you and saying, no, this is now costing us 3 times what we thought it would. Well, then that's the time to tweak it. And you don't have to wait for a review period in order to make those tweaks. You just ask staff, yeah, okay, what can we do? How can we amend this policy to fix what's actually happening, or to, do what we really intended to do? Because oftentimes you'll write a policy and you think that it can be implemented as you intended, but then it can't be implemented that way. So the staff will come back to you with recommendations. You know what, if we tweak it this way, now we'll be able to do exactly what it is that you intended. So, and there's always that kind of conversation and work around.
Next slide. So to help support integrity and accountability in public office, municipalities may pass bylaws to appoint certain accountability officers, such as a municipal ombudsman, an auditor general, a lobbyist registrar, and a closed meeting investigator. So the municipal ombudsman investigates in an independent manner decisions and recommendations made and actions done or omitted during the administration of a municipality or local boards. It should be noted that the municipal ombudsman is a separate office from the Ontario ombudsman. So another general may assist council in holding itself and municipal administrators accountable for the quality of stewardship over public funds and achieving value for money in municipal operations. The Auditor General must also perform their duties in an independent manner. The Auditor General's responsibilities do not include the responsibilities of the municipal auditor. For lobbyist registrars, the lobbyist registrar performs in an independent manner also the functions assigned by the municipality with respect to the lobbyist registry, such as establishing a code of conduct for lobbyists and prohibiting former public office holders from lobbying for a specified time period. And finally, a closed meeting investigator investigates also in an independent manner complaints about closed meetings. If a municipality does not have an appointed investigator, then the Ontario Ombudsman is the closed meeting investigator by default.
But it should be noted that there's only a handful of municipalities that have a municipal ombudsman and auditor general, a lobbyist registry. And the reason that closed meeting investigator is listed on this optional accountability is because the municipal act says you've made. Right, it's your choice to, but the act also says if you choose not to, then the entire ombudsman is the default. So everyone has by default, an investigator, but you may choose to appoint them.
Next slide. So the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, also the MCIA for short, sets out the ethical rules for council and local board members. So for example, a member may have to take steps if they are present at a council or local board meeting where their property, for example, may be discussed. So these rules apply to council if they have a pecuniary interest in a matter that is before a council or local board meeting. Next slide. So the MCIA requires a member of council or local board with this kind of interest to disclose the interest and its general nature before the matter is considered at the meeting. Not take part in the discussion or voting on any question in respect of the matter, not attempt to influence the voting before, during, or after the meeting, and immediately leave the meeting if the meeting is closed to the public. So this is if they have an interest. The Integrity Commissioner can provide council members with advice about conflict of interest matters. The member is ultimately responsible for determining whether they have a pecuniary interest.
Before we leave this slide, a couple of things that I'd just like to mention is in addition to what Brandon said about leaving the meeting if the meeting is closed, some municipalities, and we get this often, this question often, some municipalities will require council members to leave the meeting even in open session. That is the municipality's choice. So if in your procedural bylaw, it says that if you've declared an interest, you have to vacate the meeting, even in open, again, that's your choice. The Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires you, makes it mandatory to leave during close, but you can determine what you do in open session. And the reason some do that for open session is they still don't want the council member to be influenced in the meeting, kicking somebody under the table, making eye contact. I'd be the worst at it. I speak with my face. If you don't like how the vote is going, you might make certain facial expressions that might influence other council members. So that's clearly council's choice during open meeting, but it's mandatory during closed. The other thing I'd like to mention is that Brandon mentioned that it is the member's responsibility to determine whether they have a pecuniary interest. You could call us at the office. You can call Brandon and say, hey, I think I might have an interest. What do you think? Brandon and anybody in our office is going to tell you, we can't tell you if you have a pecuniary interest. Your CAO, your clerk treasurer, they can't tell you either if you have a pecuniary interest. The decision solely rests on you. I think Brandon's going to cover the role of the Integrity Commissioner with respect to municipal conflict of interest. But just to quickly mention, you can seek a legal opinion or you can talk to the Integrity Commissioner and get an opinion. If you can't, nobody else can tell you whether you have an interest, not even another member of council. Chris?
Kathy, just one thing, the opinion given by the Integrity Commissioner it's required to be in writing, but that you can hold that up also in court as well. Should we go that far?
Exactly.
It's as good as getting it from the court.
Yeah, and that's why we always recommend get your opinion, whether it's from the IC or whether it's from a lawyer. Because at the end of the day, if a complaint is filed against you, and you find yourself in a court in front of a judge, as Chris said, if you go to the judge and say, well, I participated in that discussion because I have a written opinion saying I didn't have an interest. A judge, I can't speak for a judge, The judge is gonna look at that and probably take that into consideration. So, even if you did have an interest in you didn't declare, you have that saying you don't, then a judge may say, okay, it was inadvertent because you had that opinion and, they may not apply any penalties. So, or they would lessen the penalty, kind of thing. But it's very important that you get your own independent opinion. Because if you come to us or you go to the clerk or you go to the CAO, they're not going to know all the ins and outs about your relationship with that bank, right? We're not, definitely not gonna know. So you have that conversation with a lawyer or with the IC, and they're in a better position to be able to provide you.
Next slide. So the MCIA generally prohibits members of a council or local board from using their office to attempt to influence decisions or recommendations being considered by municipal or local board employees if the member has a pecuniary interest in that matter. So for example, a member with a pecuniary interest in a matter could not try to influence a decision or recommendation of a municipal employee who is considering the matter. So there are other rules concerning members' statements and disclosures under the MCIA and a registry for them. A member who discloses a pecuniary interest at a meeting are required to file a written statement of their interest, either at the meeting or as soon as possible afterwards. This is in addition to the existing requirement for the clerk or secretary to record declarations of interest in the meeting minutes. Municipalities and local boards are required to establish a registry of statements and declarations of interest of members and also make those available to the public. The registry helps provide greater transparency in the municipality. There are a range of penalties for contraventions of the MCIA, which gives the courts flexibility in how they can respond to contraventions. So penalties may include reprimand. They may also include suspension of pay for a period up to 90 days, restitution, and even removal from office. The courts ultimately decide whether a contravention of the act has taken place. Next slide. So the act provides integrity commissioners with the responsibility to investigate a complaint from an elector or a person acting in the public interest concerning an alleged contravention of the MCIA. After completing an investigation, the commissioner could decide to apply to a judge for a determination as to whether or not the member has contravened the MCIA. If the commissioner decides not to apply to a judge, then the person who made the complaint could still do so if certain conditions are met.
So as Brandon indicated on the previous slide, that only the courts make a decision. Only the courts can determine if a conflict actually existed. So what he said on this slide is the integrity commissioner can investigate, but all that they can do is decide whether to bring it forward to a judge or not. They can say in their report, I believe that conflict existed and I'm going to proceed to court, and they can decide whether to proceed to court or not.
So other statutes may require municipalities to adopt specific or general codes of conduct. So for example, the Building Code Act requires municipalities to establish and enforce a code of conduct for the chief building official and inspectors. So the DCA states that the purpose of the code of conduct is to promote standards of behavior and enforcement actions, prevent practices which may constitute an abuse of power, and promote standards of honesty and integrity. Codes of conduct must include policies or guidelines to be used in responding to allegations of a breach and must set out disciplinary actions. Municipalities must ensure that the public is always aware of the code of conduct.
So if I can add to that, Brandon was talking about the requirement for code of conduct for chief building official. That is required under that legislation. There's nothing in the municipal act that requires the municipality to establish a code of conduct for staff. That is an option, I mean, if council chooses to have one, they can. You may have certain codes, like some municipalities don't have a separate code of conduct for staff, but they'll have various policies, like a procurement policy, maybe in job descriptions or other types of policies that may dictate the expected behavior of staff. So you may have that, or some councils have a specific code of conduct for their staff. The integrity commissioner can investigate the code of conduct for staff, doesn't investigate this one for chief building officials either. So again, just want to reiterate that the code of conduct that Brandon was talking about, the first one was code of conduct for council. This is a code of conduct for just the CBO, and then an alternate one that a municipality may choose. That is not mandatory, is one establishing ethical conduct for its staff.
Next slide. So yeah, now we'll move on to the Ontario Ombudsman. The Ontario Ombudsman promotes fairness, accountability, and transparency in the public sector and may recommend improvements. So since 2016, the Ombudsman may investigate municipalities on complaint, but they can also do it on their own initiative if they have reason to believe that an investigation is warranted. So although the Ombudsman may investigate, they cannot compel municipalities to take action. The Ombudsman may make recommendations to the municipality as part of their report. So it's up to the municipality whether and how to address any recommendations made by the Ombudsman. It is up to the Ombudsman how to respond to complaints. So for example, the Ombudsman's practice is to investigate complaints made to local integrity officers, for example, a local ombudsman, only after the local complaint processes are completed. The Ontario Ombudsman does not replace locally established complaint mechanisms or act as an integrity commissioner for the municipality. Local accountability officers and codes of conduct are an important part of Ontario's accountability framework. In terms of certain local boards, for example, police services and children's aid societies, they may be exempt from the Ombudsman's oversight. So for more information about the Ontario Ombudsman, we encourage you to look at the Ombudsman Act and the Ontario Ombudsman's website. They have a lot of resources there that may be able to guide you in different ways.
One of the key things there that Brandon mentioned was the Ontario Ombudsman will not investigate until the individual has exhausted all local complaint mechanisms. So I just want to touch on that a little bit. If the municipality's complaint policy is they can complain and they come directly to council, that's not much of a complaint mechanism, right? There are only resources to come to council. So what some municipalities do is they will establish a staged approach where they're and set it in policy so that the public knows how their complaints are going to be heard. So it could start out with they file a form, they complete a form. The staff will, the department head will be responsible for dealing with that matter. Then if the individual is still not satisfied, then the next step is the CAO. The CAO will investigate the next, and then if they're still not happy, then the next stage is maybe a complaints committee that they can appeal to. So they have, you know, the whole stage approach is that they have another place to go to before automatically just saying, call the ombudsman, right? Because the ombudsman is going to send them back to the municipality and say, have you exhausted all complaint mechanisms? So if they went to the CAO and then that was the last bit, or their only recourse is to come to council and council says no. And then there is no appeal body after that, then, you know, it's not much of a complaint mechanism. So what, like I said, what some municipalities are doing is they're creating a stage or escalated approach to dealing with certain complaints. And again, so hopefully alleviates the number of complaints that get filed in the general office.
I'm just a little bit confused about the role of the municipal ombudsman, like, I don't understand the.
Well, the municipal ombudsman would have a similar role, if you had one, okay, could have a similar role to the internal ombudsman. So that could be another place that the individual can go to. So if they, after they go through staff, then the committee or a council and then an appeal committee, appeal board kind of thing. Then they could go to the municipal ombudsman and the municipal ombudsman can review it and make recommendations to council. So that could be like another staged approach if you did have a process. Not many municipalities in Ontario have a municipal ombudsman, probably mostly because of cost in administrating that. And they just kind of rely on the Ontario ombudsman, but.
It's just, I was wondering because I don't really see the point of a municipal ombudsman when you have the Ontario ombudsman kind of. Yeah.
The rules for the Ontario or the municipalities, for the point of municipal ombudsman, I think back to, Chris, was it in the Act in 01 or did it come in 06? I can't
No,
remember.
2006.
So it predated the authority given to the Ontario ombudsman to investigate Ontario municipalities.
Okay.
But you know, you have to remember too, the ombudsman, well, the Ontario ombudsman is gonna be 444 municipalities plus ratepayers, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Local ombudsman can focus that down to your own municipality
Yeah.
and probably a ratepayer that's using that process would have quicker results, if you will, and so would the municipal.
Like the GTA, I could see them
Yeah,
having a
Yeah, well, Kathy's right there. I've run into maybe 2 that have a municipal ombudsman.
We used to track it,
Yeah.
but we haven't tracked it in.
And you don't see it in the news, like that the municipal ombudsman said this, that, or the other thing. It's usually integrity commissioner, not. the ombudsman.
You don't have one. I know all about the ombudsman.
Sounds cheap, right?
In corrections, you know them by name.
Oh my God, yeah.
Just a comment, I don't know, when I look at complaint mechanisms, so it said written, then it goes to CAO. There's still not that you said, then it would go to an appeal board. Who would compromise the appeal board? Would that be
So
compromised?
it's not a mandatory. I'm just giving you an example of what I've seen some municipalities do. So council would establish a committee or a quasi-judicial board, like a planning board or something like that. If you would council would establish that, and you would appoint the members to it. It could be council members sit on it, it could be members of the public, staff. I don't know, I can't recall who sat on them, but it would be council that would establish that kind of board and or committee, and that committee would make recommendations, can make recommendations to council. Whatever authority council gave that committee. But again, it's that staggered approach so that the public doesn't feel that they only have one place to go to. Not that they have to have it. Because most of municipalities will say, you'll start with staff and then it will go to council. If you're not happy with how staff dealt with the complaint, then the next step is being a delegation at a council meeting and bringing the complaint to council. That's typically the process most municipalities have. But if they establish more of a staged approach, that might give the public a little bit more, you know, they may feel more like their issues are being heard.
Next slide. So privacy and other confidentiality issues are an important consideration for councillors and staff. The Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act is the primary statute for dealing with privacy and confidentiality. It sets out rules for collection, use, and disclosure of personal information. According to these rules, counselors and staff would protect privacy and only collect, use, and disclose personal information in accordance with those rules. So, for example, depending on circumstances, counselors and staff may or may not be authorized to obtain personal information in the course of their duties. This might mean that at times counselors could not obtain this kind of information from staff. Municipal freedom of information legislation also regulates confidential information of other kinds in addition to personal information. Other laws, including municipal bylaws, also regulate personal and other kinds of confidential information. So counselors who may have received personal or other confidential information during their duties will have related responsibilities such as protecting the information. And counselors may wish to check with municipal staff about appropriate measures and the municipality's practices. So for example, providing for physical security to help prevent unauthorized disclosure or leaks of confidential information. Next slide. So many of your municipalities' key affairs are handled at council meetings. It is important to understand how to hold meetings, set procedures for those meetings, and be aware of other things to consider when making decisions about how you conduct municipal business. So every municipality and certain local boards must pass a procedure bylaw to govern the calling, place, and proceedings of their meetings. Generally, the powers of your municipality must be exercised through a bylaw. As you know, bylaws are passed at council meetings where council decision-making, including deliberation and voting, takes place. Therefore, it's important for meetings to be properly called and for proper procedures to be followed. The procedure bylaw sets out how your municipality's meetings should be conducted. The contents are generally up to your municipality. Accordingly, your municipality has the flexibility and may consider how to adapt its meeting procedures so that they reflect local circumstances within the municipality. A procedure bylaw may be seen as a transparency and accountability tool and a visible indication of your municipality's commitment to public engagement. You may wish to consider reviewing your municipality's procedure bylaw on a regular basis, including how it might better facilitate decision-making at meetings. Your municipality's procedure bylaw must provide for public notice of meetings. So in reviewing the bylaw, you may want to consider how your municipality's notice of meetings procedure may align with your municipality's other notice policies. The posting of meeting notices and agendas prior to meetings on websites, and what is sufficient information to help the public in understanding the purpose of the meeting. So including what will be discussed and when and where the meeting will ultimately be held. Notice of meetings may be an important factor in strengthening municipal accountability and transparency, and also encouraging public participation in local government decision-making. Next slide. So in connection with procedure bylaws, the Municipal Act defines a meeting as any regular, special, or other meeting of a council or a local board or of a committee of either of them, where a quorum of member is present, and B, members discuss or otherwise deal with any matter in a way that materially advances the business or decision-making of the council, local board, or committee. So for more information, it can be found in section 238 subsection 1 of the Municipal Act, and also others information is provided in other legislation. Next slide. So when your council or board is making its decision about whether a gathering of its members is a quote-unquote meeting, they may wish to keep in mind the following considerations. So is the subject matter of the meeting something traditionally dealt with by the municipality where they make decisions? How many members are present? So is quorum, met? Did the attendees take a position on or agree or disagree with an item of council business? Are municipal resources being used? Are municipal staff present, and what is their role? Is the municipal decision-making process transparent? And how are the members participating? Is it in person? Is it through email or teleconference? So in addition, it is possible that a gathering of council or board members may be a quote-unquote meeting for the purposes of the meeting's rules in the act, whether or not the gathering was called a meeting or some other term like a workshop, if it followed formal procedures or took place on municipal premises or happened within or outside of the municipality.
So just to add to that, the key point that Brandon talked about was you have quorum present and you're materially advancing the business of council. And we often get questions, well, there's 4 of us that travel in the same vehicle out of the 7-member council or a 5-member. So you've met the quorum. So you have the majority of you in a vehicle. Is that a council meeting? Did you discuss anything that materially advances the business of council? If you talked about belief speaking for the entire 3 hours you're in a vehicle, you're not materially advancing the business of council, and it likely is not called a meeting. So I know that some council members have been worried over the years about, oh my God, we're all together. We can't, show up at a dance or a wedding, or you're a small community. A lot of you are going to be in the same room at the same time. It's keep in mind that as long as you're not materially advancing the business of council, you should be okay. I'm not saying you are, because I'm not giving you an opinion, but just again, be careful what you're talking about. So if you do have to travel together to go somewhere, make sure you are not talking about anything that you just got on the agenda the night before for the meeting next week, right? Because that could be perceived as a meeting before your meeting, or that you're not sitting in a Tim Hortons, 4 of you sitting with the agenda you picked up the night before, all reviewing what's in it. That could potentially be deemed a meeting. And you might find a complaint filed against you with your meeting investigator. So again, just be careful. Chris?
So Kathy, when Joe Fontana had his budget meetings in the bar in London, I guess that was wrong.
If they had quorum and he's
So-
materially advancing the business of council.
Yeah. So Kathy, could you talk for a moment about serial meetings?
You mean through
Telephone.
emails and, yeah. So council should really be careful about that as well. So what the meeting investigator, and in this case, it was the internal ombudsman, found that an email exchange among council members was deemed to be a meeting. So staff sent an email, or a council member, I can't remember which one it was, sent an email out to all of council and staff, including the clerk, about a particular matter. Everybody started chiming in. Well, I don't want to do this and I want to do that. You were materially advancing the business of council. So potentially, there's only the meeting investigator who determined that, or a judge. So again, be careful about that, so that if you are sharing information through email, you're not replying all. Or if the clerk is sending you something by email and saying, this is being added to the next agenda, I want to give it to you before it's on the agenda for your information. Don't start having a discussion about it by email, or don't be calling each other on the telephone. Because you may have one council member that calls one. Counselor one calls counselor two calls counselor three, that then says, 1 and 2, we've been talking and this is how we're gonna vote. Counselor 3 then calls counselor 4 and says, well, I was just talking to 1 and 2, and we all think this is what we should be doing. And counselor 4 says, yeah, I agree with that. You now have one. So you now, by telephone, have made a decision, even though you're officially making the decision at the council meeting, it may be perceived that that decision was made in closed session when it shouldn't have. So that's the concern, is when you're doing and you're communicating through email or telephone, you and materially advancing the business of council, it may be perceived as a closed session and you didn't have authority to go to discuss that in closed. So again, just be careful about that. Meetings are held to discuss the matters of that are on your agenda, to discuss matters of the municipality. And the public has a right to access those meetings and be part of those and hear what's going on. Unless, of course, they meet the requirements of section 239, which I think you're getting into soon. So again, just, there's a standard line that we say, public business is the public's business. So when you are discussing stuff in an email or discussing it in a teleconference or in the coffee shop, now the public doesn't have access to hear what's going on. So does that answer your question, Chris?
Yeah, just, the ombudsman's website is a really good place to go to read
Yes.
about decisions the ombudsman has made.
Yeah.
For something that can be as convoluted or as opaque or muddying the waters as serial meetings.
Yeah.
I find that some of his decisions are really good to read,
Yes.
to understand what that really means. In some cases, he found there was no serial meeting. But in a lot of cases he did, and it's always amazes me, especially with phone calls, how honest the council members sometimes can be to a fault.
Yeah.
Not so much on email, because it's, there it is, you can't deny it, right? So it is a good place to go to read stuff like that.
The Sunshine Law Handbook on the Ontario Ombudsman's website. Every council member, and we advise every clerk that they should be printing a copy and putting that in every council member's organization package when they're elected. Even if the Ontario Ombudsman is not the meeting investigator, it, as Chris said, it is a very useful document. And reading the cases that the Ontario Ombudsman has investigated and the decisions that they've made can help you determine whether or not you should and shouldn't be going into closed session about something. And I kind of preempted the closed session discussion. Sorry.
Next slide.
Yeah, I think Cassandra, did you distribute those? to
Yes.
Council member, I think at the beginning of the term.
That little bit there.
Yeah, but we can get more, they give them out. Don't
I'll have to look, I don't.
Even just send them
It's
the
about
link
this
of the
big,
website.
about this big.
Yeah, it's a little small.
Just a white one? No, it's blue and yellow.
And it's on their website too. These are the accessible.
Yeah, but we can get more. That's not.
I might have it.
All right, so in terms of meetings, councils may consider it a best practice to exercise their municipal powers and conduct business in a clear and consistent fashion. So as a councillor, you may find it helpful to become familiar with proper procedures with respect to calling and conducting meetings, enacting bylaws and other resolutions. So a quorum is often understood to mean the minimal number of members needed to conduct business at a meeting. So generally, it's a majority of members, so the 50% plus one rule. So a procedure bylaw may provide that a member participate electronically, and a member who is participating in a meeting electronically may be counted in determining quorum. So if this is the case, a section addressing this should be included in the procedure bylaw. Quorum may be affected by members' declarations of pecuniary interest. So members may be unable to vote or participate in a meeting because of a declaration of a pecuniary interest. So if council is unable to hold a meeting for a period of 60 days because of a failure to obtain quorum, then the minister may be able to declare by order that all the members' seats vacant and a by-election may be held. Next slide. So the act includes provisions related to the transparency and accountability of local government, including the conduct of meetings and when they are open to the public. So transparent decision-making processes may be seen as part of the foundation of the good governance of a municipality. A key transparency rule for municipalities is the requirement that most meetings be conducted open to the public. There are a limited number of exceptions. So for example, meetings may be closed to the public for consideration of litigation or personal matters about an identifiable individual. Next slide.
Can I just ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
So, there's a misconception currently. So council was meeting at the municipal office. Members of the public could see the meeting unfold in real time through Zoom or could call in. Members of the public were then describing this as closed meetings. Would you be able to comment on that?
So, what we would advise the public is you need to look to the municipality's procedure bylaw. If the municipality's procedure bylaw will, may provide for electronic meetings, may provide for electronic participation in meetings, but it's up to council to determine how the public will participate. And then what we would go further and say is if the public felt that, like, we're not gonna tell you yes or no, that's right or wrong, because we can't predict. But what we would advise the public is to first look at the procedure bylaw, have a discussion with council. And then if they feel that the meeting, that their participation only by electronic means contravened the intent of the municipality, and that they felt that if the council was holding a closed session when they shouldn't have, then their only recourse is to file a complaint with the, well, not the only recourse, but their recourse is to file a complaint with the municipality's meeting investigator, and have the meeting investigator determine whether or not, the meeting investigator felt that only allowing participation electronically, contravenes the idea of closed meeting. That is up to council to determine how the electronic participation by its council members and by the public is proceeded. Does that answer your question?
Sure does. Okay, thank you.
Can we move on to the next slide? So earlier I named a few exceptions, so this is a list of more exceptions in terms of what can be closed to the public. So matters dealing with security of municipal or local board property, personal matters about an identifiable individual, proposed or pending land acquisition or disposal, labor relations or employee negotiations, litigation or potential litigation, or advice subject to solicitor-client privilege. So for more information and for other matters that may be considered in closed session, you're encouraged to refer to section 239 of the Municipal Act.
This is another area where we get a lot of calls.
Yeah.
From the clerk or from members of the public or even council members saying, can I go into closed session for this purpose? Because again, we're not the decision makers. We're not lawyers. We can't tell you whether or not you can or can't go into closed. We will refer you to section 239 of the Municipal Act. We'll refer the public to 239. And we will refer you to either your municipal lawyer to help you make a decision, or, as Chris previously mentioned, there are a lot of case studies on the Ontario Ombudsman's website, where you can look for some guidance. or even just call the meeting investigator and say, hey, what do you think? So we're not gonna be able to tell you whether or not you're okay in going into closed. Again, mostly because we're not gonna know the ins and outs of why you want to go into closed, and whether it's actually going to fit. The decision to pass, or passing that resolution is council's decision. So you're the one who determines whether you should be going into closed session upon with the advice of staff, right? Or lawyers. But we can't make that determination.
Next slide. So the municipal act provides that a meeting or part of a meeting shall be closed to the public if the subject matter being considered is a request under the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. If the council, board, or commission or other body is the head of an institution for the purposes of that act, or an ongoing investigation by the Ontario Ombudsman, a municipal ombudsman, or a meeting investigator. Next slide. So before holding a meeting closed to the public, a municipality, local board, or a committee of either must advise the public of one, the fact of holding the closed meeting, and two, the general nature of the matter to be discussed. So in the case of closed education and training meetings, there is an additional requirement that a resolution state the meeting is closed. Generally, voting must not take place at a closed meeting. The limited circumstances where voting may take place at a closed meeting are either to give instruction on the matter to staff, and for procedural matters. So as an example, council might discuss with the clerk and consider if an adjournment would be procedural.
So an example of giving instruction to staff could be that we use legal advice. So your lawyer you went into closed session to receive a legal opinion, and he's giving you 3 options. And council saying, well, okay, you could pass a resolution in close that says we hereby direct the CAO or the clerk to notify our lawyer to proceed with to investigate further option A. So you're not necessarily technically making a decision. All you're doing is you're providing direction on where to on how to go, because that matter that you're still discussing is confidential and still needs to be kept in close. So that's one example of how you can pass giving direction in closed. But you have to be clear that it's giving direction, that you're not making a decision in closed. Question?
Kathy, how many closed meetings can you have at a regular council meeting?
Do you mean how many items can you have?
No. So I'll give you an example. So we just recently had a regular council meeting where we actually held 2 separate closed meetings.
The act isn't gonna say yes or no, like how many you can have. So did you have one before the regular meeting and then one after the regular meeting?
Yeah, so what had happened
Okay.
was the agenda was actually presented with a closed meeting to happen at the very beginning for particular reasons, and then one to happen at the very end, again, for particular reasons. It was also scheduled that way just due to the second one. It's another clerk that comes in to clerk that portion. So you can appreciate that the minutes could get messy when you have
Yep.
2 clerks. So you'd like to keep both of them separate.
Yep. You had reasons, and there's nothing in the municipal act that's gonna dictate, and that's gonna tell you yes or no, you can't do that. But from a procedural perspective, that made sense for that time. It's uncommon, but you had, there was procedural provisions, or not provisions, but the procedural reasons as to why you did that. So that I don't see any issue with that. But again, I'm not an investigator, but the short answer is there's nothing in this doc that's gonna tell you can only have one.
Well, and the municipal act does state you have to advertise for it. You have to
Yes.
show the public when you're going in, what you're going in for, when you come out, and then, of course, the general nature of your discussion when you come out of close. So
Yeah.
if those items are being met,
And as long as you're meeting all of those procedural requirements, it
Yes.
shouldn't be a problem.
okay, thank you.
Next slide. So procedure bylaws can be amended to enable electronic participation of members at meetings in accordance with the bylaw. So that's something I mentioned earlier. Provide that members may participate electronically in open and enclosed meetings, and provide that members who participate electronically may be counted towards quorum. With regards to electric participation, a municipality and local board may consider whether to pass a bylaw respecting electronic participation at all, as well as the extent and manner of electronic participation. So for example, considering which technology best suits local circumstances. So some municipalities may want to use Zoom or Microsoft Teams or any other software. All meetings, including electronic meetings, must follow the general meeting rules in the legislation, including rules respecting providing notice of meetings to the public, maintaining meeting minutes, and holding meetings open to the public, which of course, as I mentioned earlier, is subject to the exceptions previously listed. Next slide. So each council member, as I mentioned earlier, has one vote on council. Council as a whole makes decisions for the municipality. Subject to certain conditions, municipalities can choose to allow proxy votes for council members who are absent from meetings. This helps to ensure that the interests of constituents are continually represented when a member is unable to attend in person because of, let's say, an illness or a leave of absence. Municipalities wishing to allow proxy voting must amend their procedure bylaw to allow a council member to appoint another member to act in their place when they're absent. So once a proxy has been appointed, the appointing member can revoke the proxy using the process that would be established by the municipal clerk. Municipalities have the flexibility to determine the scope and extent of proxy appointments and may wish to consider things like how proxies may be established and also revoked, circumstances in which proxies may or may not be used, and how a proxy holder may participate in a meeting, including voting, speaking, or asking questions on behalf of the appointing member. So council may also wish to consider addressing proxy voting in their code of conduct or other local policies to help ensure that votes are appropriately casted and ensure the local process is followed. Next slide. So limits to the proxy appointment process are set out in the Municipal Act. So this includes a proxy holder cannot be appointed unless they are a member of the same council as the appointed member. A member cannot be a proxy holder for more than one other member at the same time. So you cannot be a proxy holder for two or more members. An appointed proxy is not counted when determining if quorum is present. So for example, for a council of 7, quorum is 4. So let's say if 3 members show up for a meeting and one is a proxy holder for an absent member, well, council would not need quorum because only the members that are present at that meeting are counted towards quorum. So you can't count, the proxy that you're holding. A member appointing a proxy shall notify the clerk of the appointment in accordance with a process established by the clerk. And when a recorded vote is taken, the clerk shall record the name and vote of every proxy holder and the name of the council member for whom the proxy holder is active. It should be noted that council absence rules still apply even with a proxy process. So this would mean that a member's seat would become vacant if they are absent from council meetings for 3 successive months without being authorized to do so through a council resolution.
So in this case, the municipal act says that a member's seat becomes vacant if they are absent for 3 successive months. Right? So the council shall declare their seat vacant. So if you have a member that, you know, is a snowbird and likes to go down to Florida and doesn't ask count, and they're there for 4 months, and they don't ask council for permission to be absent for 3 or more months, then, but they're giving their proxies, they see the agenda, because you get them electronically, they're still seeing the agendas, and they're giving their proxies away as at every meeting. You're not present at those meetings, so council at the end of those 3 months can declare your seat vacant. So if you had a proxy system, just be cautious of that.
Brandon and Kathy, I was just gonna suggest we just take a 5-minute break, just
Sure.
allow everybody do their bio thing to just wander around and stretch your legs and.
Can I ask a question about proxy before we look at
Sure you can.
So we can move on going?
Go
Do
ahead.
we have a proxy system here?
No, it has to be defined, Dave, in our procedural bylaws.
Well, why didn't you just join by Zoom?
Exactly. Well, yeah,
Yes.
there might be reasons.
Because if you're working night shift.
So
Yeah,
I-
but you won't be nights for 4 months.
Kathy, do you
No,
remember the
but
case in
there's a
Sudbury
certain
with the
agenda item you want to speak on.
council member was under house arrest? Because she was practicing as a lawyer and shouldn't have been. And she asked council to allow her not, this was before.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking
Council,
about.
can I just be given more than 3 months? And council said no, and she lost her seat because of it.
Yeah, council doesn't have to approve or lapses.
Yes.
It's one of those policies I would recommend you adopt. So that every council member
I
is
suppose it
treated
would,
the same when they request a leave of absence.
it would probably depend on what the reason is too, like.
Well, it could be, because you could have a council member who might be extremely ill
Yeah.
and is unable to participate by Zoom. And so in those cases, you might want to
Yeah.
add some empathy to your decision.
Yeah.
Those things do come up.
But you would hate it where somebody comes to you and says, oh, I want to go to Florida for 4 months. And you know, yeah, sure, you could do that. So I'm gonna give you a 4-month leave of absence. The
Yeah.
next season, a council member that isn't necessarily popular on council asks for the same thing, and council says no. So again, you'd want to be consistent with your, approvals.
I think the introduction of Zoom has really helped.
Yes.
With
Yeah.
respect to those absences, so in most cases.
The reason
And I
I
think
was
that's one of the
asking is for night
considerations
shift
that.
Yeah, well, you
Brandon talked
participate
about.
by Zoom too, Dave, right?
at
So,
a different block at the time.
oh, I get it.
Soon.
Yeah. Maybe get worried, yeah.
And then my new shift.
Yeah.
I don't think we did it.
The next 3 months, whoever.
Yeah.
Like, I took speakers off if you want. Gonna have to call ATS. If there's an item that's.
I'm telling you, we need to start having a dark meeting.
That'll be covered in the next chapter.
Sounds
Yeah,
Yeah, because if that just put the water outside, it'll be good. I still go away.
You know, our key.
Yeah.
Just really good. The Superintendent of the company, happens looking at me and sees me in the car in front of all. And then we're gonna make it. Yeah.
Yes, just need to get to them.
They give you permission?
I sent that in last week. and I
Yeah.
heard back.
Hopefully. Wow. We're gonna turn the furnace back on, perfect.
Yeah.
While we're taking a break, then we didn't want to.
There, Bill.
Well, I'll get the fire.
So, the dog.
Oh. That's what we're here, but I haven't looked.
It's the only thing that doesn't keep me involved, so I see if I go and I pick it up.
Exactly.
That is a no.
I think that's right, they're all exactly.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, we're gonna bring the meeting back to order. We'll bring the meeting back to order and let our friends finish their training.
It's not time at 2.
I've already had mine.
All right, perfect.
Sounds good.
Yeah. We'll go on to the next slide. Yeah, back up. One more. Yeah, that's perfect. So, for members, appointing proxy or, if they're acting as proxy holders are required to follow, existing accountability and, transparency requirements. So for example, a member may not appoint a proxy or serve as a proxy holder on a matter in which they have a pecuniary interest, under the, MCIA. So municipalities may also want to consider transparency measures, such as communicating who has appointed a proxy and who is serving as a proxy to the public. Publishing meeting agendas in advance of the meeting so that proxies can be appointed and potential conflicts of interest can be identified. And allowing council members to participate electronically when not able to attend in person rather than appointing a proxy. And by attending virtually, at least those members would be counted when determining quorum, provided that, you know, their procedure bylaw allows them to do so. Next slide. So a municipality, a local board, or a committee of either must record without note or comment all the decisions, resolutions, and other proceedings at a meeting, regardless of whether the meeting is open or closed to the public. So the record must be made by the clerk in the case of a council meeting, or the appropriate officer in the case of a local board or a committee meeting. So the term minutes is often used to describe this kind of record. Next slide. So a municipality may appoint a closed meeting investigator who may, on complaint by a member of the public, investigate in an independent manner whether a meeting or part of a municipal or local board meeting has been closed improperly. So in other words, whether the meeting was closed in compliance with the municipal act or with the applicable procedure bylaw. So if your municipality has not appointed a meeting investigator, again, the Ontario Ombudsman may, on complaint by a member of the public, conduct a investigation. If the investigator is of the opinion that the meeting or part of the meeting was not closed in accordance with either the act or the procedure bylaw, the investigator shall report their opinion to the municipality or the local board, and they may offer recommendations. So in response, a municipality or a local board must make the report public, and they must pass a resolution stating, you know, how they intend to address the report that was provided by the closed meeting investigator. So next slide. So for section 4, it provides a general description of municipal government structures and services. It would also describe the links between municipalities and other players associated with the local sector. And for the rest of the presentation, I'll turn it to Captain. It is, yes.
Okay, so just some general context for you about the municipal act. So the municipal act, a municipality is defined in the municipal act as a geographic area whose inhabitants are incorporated. So that's how the municipality is created. Municipalities are created by the province. And their municipalities are also they're recognized as responsible and accountable governments to make decisions within their jurisdiction about matters within their jurisdiction. And they're given powers and duties under the Municipal Act or other pieces of legislation like the Planning Act, Public Libraries Act, for the purposes of providing good government. So that's generally what municipal government is about. Next slide. So the municipal roles and responsibilities, we touched a little bit on this already. So the Municipal Act provides the basic framework for municipal government. And we're going to get into in some of the next slides about how you exercise your powers and how you get those powers. But authority is given to municipalities under various pieces of legislation, and you can do certain things in accordance with those that legislation. So that you typically work with a lot probably would be Planning Act, Building Code Act, Housing Services Act. That's more probably the DSAP that would do that one. And there's again a whole list of other legislation that you would look to see what kind of authority you have and or whether there's any restrictions to your authority. Service managers. So with respect to housing, a municipality or a district social services administration board is designated as a service manager for delivering certain services. So that can include internal works, childcare, affordable housing, homelessness programs. And municipalities in the north typically would be providing those services directly. It would be through the District Social Services Administration Board, and there are 10 across Northern Ontario. We have 37 municipal service managers across Ontario that in addition to the 10 DSAPs. And in the north, we also have City of Greater Sudbury. It's not part of a DSAP. It is on its own, and it's considered a consolidated service network. Next slide. Municipalities, in the exercise of their duties, they can establish various committees, local boards, or other special purpose bodies. So if you do, I highly recommend that these committees be established by bylaw and that you establish clear terms of reference that dictate the circumstances or not circumstances, but that sets out the structure of that committee and what duties they have and what and the reporting relationship back to council. So for example, if you had a recreation committee, right? Who sits on it? How do you appoint the members? What duties, roles and responsibilities would they have? And how do they report back to council? Whether it's through minutes, they have somebody come to a meeting and report, you would determine that in terms of reference. So part of these committees are special purpose bodies. So when we look at just committees alone, so they can be part of your local government structure. They may include standing committees or other advisory committees. They could be ad hoc committees where we want to investigate one particular item and say, you know what, we're not going to deal with that at council and staff doesn't have the resource. Let's appoint a committee to look at that, where it could make up a couple of council members or members of the public that can be part of that. Municipality, you decide on the composition and you can, this gives you an opportunity to also draw from individual council members' expertise or expertise from the public. So maybe you want to look at something that involves some financial analysis where committee's looking at it and there's an auditor in town that you might want to put in a committee with unique financial experience where you can put that type of individual on them. One thing I want to note about committees is be careful about, well, I wouldn't say be careful. But committee, the definition of a committee, in the municipal act, or I should say, the municipal act defines what a committee is. And what it states is that even committees, may be subject to open meeting provisions. So if, and what it states is that if the committee, has, I know I'm gonna get this messed up. So generally committees whose membership is made up of at least 50% of council members, they shall hold open public meetings. So if you have a committee of 5 and 3 members of that 5-member committee is members of council, those committee meetings are now subject to open meeting provisions. So they'll have to be open to the public. Okay, so you'll look at the size of your committee and look at how many members of council you have on that committee. Well, that's dictated by the municipal act. So your local board, so these may carry special legal status. So the public library board, you're mandated, if you have a library, you're mandated to have a public library board. They could be police services boards, right? So there's specific legislation that could dictate how those boards operate and function. Again, if you do have a board, adopt them by bylaws, set out the rules and the roles and responsibilities that they have. And note that not all special bodies are deemed to be boards, right? Boards tend to have a higher status, if you will, than regular committees or ad hoc committees. Look at each local board would need to be considered individually. Then we have municipal services boards. So the municipal act allows municipalities to create what we call municipal services boards. With these boards, council can delegate certain services to a municipal services board. So a good example of a municipal services board, I believe, is the Sioux PUC, the Sioux Public Utilities Commission, where they actually created under the municipal act, the municipal services board, and they've delegated certain authority for that board to make decisions that council would normally make. So that's a way of freeing up council's time to deal with other decisions, and we'll get into delegation and other stuff. And municipal services boards, really like committees or local boards, they can be established by, they can have representation from one or more municipalities. So we have some municipalities who have joint, where they share services, and they'll have joint committees that, I don't want to say run, because the individual council will set the decision, make the decisions. But the committees will, it'll be a joint committee where they'll come together and review those services and make recommendations to each council. So, but again, in the municipal services board case, they would actually have a board that would function on its own and could have representation from one or more municipalities. This slide, I won't get into much. I think you all know about the various associations that municipalities can belong to. Association of Municipalities of Ontario, that's a political one. FNUM, Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities. There are also some staff municipal associations that staff might participate in as well. Association of Municipal Managers, clerks, and treasurers. That's one. Those bodies tend to, represent and lobby the government on all municipalities. Okay, municipal organization. So next slide. So municipalities in Ontario are divided into 3 types. So you have upper tier municipalities and lower tier. That's a 2-tier structure. In Northern Ontario, we have no upper tier structures. So every municipality in the north is a single tier municipality. And that's really going to put down the date because we don't have upper and lower tier. So in municipalities, you can in the municipal act, it's going to refer to municipality. You'll never see a town can do this or a city can do that. It says a municipality can. Municipality gets to decide what you're calling itself. So you could call yourself a village, a municipality, a town, a city, a hamlet if you wanted to, but you get to decide that. Next slide. Again, I think I've discussed most of what's on here. Oh, no, sorry, this is municipal instruction, sorry. I think we skipped the slide, but there wasn't much to discuss on that anyways. So municipal restructuring, so, section 171 to 173 of the municipal act set out the rules for restructuring in addition to, a couple of regulations that are noted there. So what restructuring can include is annexing unincorporated or the amalgamation of two or more municipalities. So you can have one municipality that wants to annex unincorporated, or you can have one or more municipalities that amalgamate plus annex some unincorporated. There hasn't been a whole lot of restructuring since the late 90s, but the principles are still in the municipal act, but the authority is still there for municipalities to restructure if they so choose. Most restructuring proposals are locally developed, but the minister maintains the authority to approve a restructuring proposal. Back in the late 90s, it was the minister shall approve an order, but that got changed to where the minister may approve an order. But the proposal or the authority to develop your own proposals is contained in this document. If anyone is ever, any municipality is ever interested in restructuring, your first point of contact is us. And we will work with the municipality during the entire process to ensure that we're following all the rules of the municipal act. And that the proposal meets something that the minister can. We wouldn't want things in a restructuring proposal that the minister can't actually include in a municipal order. So we would work with the municipality.
Kathy, is it within the minister's authority to allow a decertification of a municipality? Not that he would accept it, I'm just asking.
In one of the regulations, it's just, and again, a regulation could be changed at any time, but the current regulation states that the minister doesn't have the authority to approve a restructuring proposal that would increase the number of that would move a municipality to unincorporated status.
Okay, so it actually says that in the reg now.
It says it in the reg, and it also says that he doesn't have the authority to approve a proposal that would increase the number of municipalities in the town. So if the
Dividing
wanted to incorporate on the
Right, okay. Thank you.
This may not be a good question, maybe foolish. When I look at I talk about annexing, adding to a township, is there ways to actually do a reverse of that?
No, because the minister can't approve the regulation restricts the restructuring, reverting a portion of a municipality to unincorporated.
And unorganized townships. When I look at unorganized townships, because those are not structured the same way as the municipality is.
Correct.
So now, if you were in an unorganized township, would that go again if they wanted to become an organized?
They would have to merge, they would have to be annexed to a municipality.
Okay.
According to the current regs.
But they would not be able to undo that according to what you
You
said.
can't revert them back to unincorporated.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
they
that
can
makes
move
sense.
to another municipality if the boundary was contiguous. Then it becomes a different type of restructuring, but yes, there are restrictions under the regulation. Right. But again, regs can be amended at any time. This right here talks about municipalities' involvement and consultation and involvement with local Indigenous communities. You know, there are a significant number of Indigenous people living in municipalities. And all municipalities in Ontario are located in Aboriginal treaty land. And municipal decision-making can have a significant impact on Indigenous people. And so we encourage municipalities to consult with local Indigenous communities and local First Nations. So the reason we define those separately is because you may have Indigenous people living in your community that, like, they're living in your community, they're not living on a First Nation, right? So It's important to consult with, Indigenous communities and First Nations. And there are, we have a duty to consult. So municipalities have a duty to consult. So, it's really, it's important that you engage with them, and, develop, good working relationship with Indigenous communities and know and have knowledge of the Treaty on Aboriginal Rights, and how they can, impact maybe some of the decisions that the municipality may be making. So the next slide talks about some ways that, you can engage with your, Indigenous partners. So again, your municipal policy, decision-making can be impacted, or can impact Indigenous communities. So it's important to have, conversations with them to find out, ensure that you are not, violating any of their treaty rights. And look for opportunities for reconciliation with Indigenous people, through engagement, consultation, and just collaboration. So these are some of the matters listed on the slide where you may wish to consult or engage. So land use planning, definitely working for your official plan. There's a requirement to consult with Indigenous communities. Matters dealing with environmental sustainability, your capital infrastructure, shared services. You don't just necessarily need to share with another municipality. A local First Nation may have, may be providing a service, or may have, they may be willing to partner with you for shared services as well. So any number of these matters on that you may want to consider, and we encourage you to consider consultation with them. Okay, so changes to council composition is the next section. So the Municipal Act will contain provisions whereby the municipality can alter the composition of council. So the Municipal Act, I think Brandon mentioned earlier, that the minimum size of a council, of a council is 5. If you choose, I believe have 7, so you can choose to go down to 5, you can go up to 9. I don't ever recommend going to an even number though. Always stick to an odd number. We have one municipality in Northern Ontario that has an even number. And it could lead to some tricky decision making if you have, I think it's a 6 member. And if it's 3 to 3 all the time, you can't get decision made, right? So always try to strive for that uneven number. So you can change the size of your council as long as you don't go below 5. You can change members' titles. So if you want to change the name of the mayor to a Reeve or vice versa, you can. And change council members' names. So your councilors, I'm sure that's what you're all calling yourself as councilors. You can change it. A common term is alderman. But the majority of municipalities in Ontario, they use the typical mayor, Reeve, or councilor.
Unless you're Niagara on the lake, you're Florida.
Then you're Lord Mayor.
Oh my
Okay, I
God.
wasn't reading that. Okay. Yeah, Lord Mayor. Yeah. You could have different positions in council too. So I know some municipalities, will have, especially if you're looking for that ward, where one, say on a 7-member council, you do 3 wards, you elect 2 per wards, that gives you 6, and then you can appoint, or then you elect your mayor. So that brings you to your 7. Or you can have different, different number of people voted in per ward. And then save 1 spot for maybe a councillor at large, where they're voted in the same as the head of council, where it's the entire community gets to vote for that 1 councillor as opposed to only people in the ward. So there's a lot of different structures. You could set that up. And you could change your words as well. I think you might be getting ahead of maybe not. You could also change the ward structure in your municipality. And I think the municipal act says that you have to review it at least. Does it say you have to review it? I don't think it's a mandatory review, but if you do, changes to word structure have to be made before a certain date leading up to the election. I believe
Yeah,
it's
it's,
December 31st, 2025.
So
Into the next
Killarney did, remember when Killarney was, and they actually, the residents took the town to, land use tribunal, I guess, or whatever it was called at the time.
Yeah.
So, you can get into some big money.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. So if you were ever considering changing your ward structure, although the municipal act says that the decision has to be made before December 31st of 2025, well, it says of the year before the election, so in our case, the next election is 2026, has to be done before December 31st. Keep in mind that the public needs time to appeal. So you'd want to make the decision probably by September of 2025 to give the public time to appeal and it to get in front of the, right now it's, OLT, Ontario Land Tribunal. And, they would ultimately, review the case and make a decision as to whether or not your new, system will be upheld. And that decision would have to be definitely made before a certain time because of nomination and advertising. And so we always want to have conversations with your clerk about the timing of when something like that needs to be done. And any of the changes done to your municipal structure must be done by law. We can take the next slide out, or we can pass the next slide. It's upper tier, we can have, and we can move on to the next one to the regional council. So filling council vacancies. Yeah. So this is one that we've been spending a whole lot of time on with a lot of municipalities. There's been a lot of council vacancies in the last few years. So if a member's seat becomes vacant, council must declare the seat vacant at its next meeting. The exception is in the death of a member, then you have 2 meetings to declare it vacant. And then council will have 60 days. So within 60 days of declaring the seat vacant, council shall either appoint somebody that has accepted to fill the seat. So that somebody that has accepted to fill that vacancy, so they shall complete that appointment. Or they shall pass a bylaw ordering a by-election. A by-election cannot be held if the vacancy occurs after March 31st in a regular election year. Your only option then is appointment. And a vacancy must be filled. A vacancy does not have to be filled if it occurs within 90 days. I think there's an error on that slide. If it occurs within 90 days before voting, you don't have to fill the seat if it's within that certain time frame. So filling by appointment, council decides on a process. And here's where I do my promotion of a vacancy policy. So that it's councils are encouraged to adopt a policy that will dictate how vacancies will be filled when there's a vacancy. So don't wait until you have a vacancy for 7 of you to sit around a table to try to decide how you're going to fill it. So your policy can be prescriptive, that can state, can give timeline. So if it's within a certain amount of time following a municipal election, you will order a by-election. Or if it's within a certain amount of time after the election, you will use the results from the previous election to determine who will fill that seat. Or you will automatically you won't hold by-elections ever, and you will fill by appointment for all vacancies by inviting members of the public to fill the vacancy or to express, inviting them to submit an expression of interest. Council gets to decide how they're going to fill that vacancy. Okay, but I strongly encourage you to have a discussion before there's a vacancy so that you can put it in a policy so that the time there's a vacancy, you're not left wondering how you're going to fill it. Okay, and it helps, again, policies help guide council's decision making. So that policy can help dictate how it will be filled. And it also lets the public know up front how you're going to fill that vacancy. So again, it leaves, the emotion out of it at the time of a vacancy.
Question, just a quick question. So it says council must decide whether to fill the vacancy through election or appointment. does the vacancy have to be filled within that 60 days, or just that decision needs to be made within the 60 days?
So that's I have to check change the wording of that. So council will have 60 days to either fill by appointment or pass a bylaw for by-election. So if council decides that they're going to fill by, or if your policy says you're going to fill by appointment, you have 60 days to go through the appointment process. So if your policy says that you will invite interested people from the public to submit an expression of interest, then you have 60 days to get that to advertise, to hold the meetings with those individuals and review and actually pass a bylaw to appoint those people. So that's where your 60 days would come in. But if you want to do a by-election, you still have that same 60 days to pass the bylaw, ordering the by-election, and then the Municipal Elections Act would take over. And then there's 45 days, or I can't remember exactly the length of the process after that bylaw, where you go for the election, the by-election. Okay.
Kathy, what happens if you don't fill it within 60 days?
Been asked that a lot. Council, the municipal act says council shall fill within, or shall within 60 days do one of those two things. If you don't, there's no authority in the municipal act for the ministry to intervene. In that case, I would suggest that you have a conversation with the lawyer to talk about any repercussions for the municipality not fulfilling its legal obligations under the municipal.
Yeah, Kathy, I suppose, I mean, I've been involved in a couple of those situations where council was simply. So, but, I suppose any elector could bring court application
Yes.
for judicial review on that issue. The likelihood is, as it says, shall, or the municipality to do so, and they'd probably get tagged in costs as well. Sure.
That's, yeah, I can't say that, but but yeah, well, actually, when we do get calls from the public, that's one of the things that we tell them as well. You need to talk to a lawyer about your opportunity to bring a judicial review of council's decision.
And then just for conversation, not trying to complicate it, but if council's doing everything they can, so they've chosen to fill the vacancy by appointment. And of course, they're advertising, they're not receiving applicants, and it just so happens that the 60 days happens to run out. But following the 60 days, then council then looks at their policy again and establishes they're going to do a by-election. Would that hold up? Like that,
Yep.
as long as there's due diligence being shown, you're trying to fill the vacancy?
Again, I can't speak for a judge, but if
Okay.
somebody was to make an application with the judge for a judicial review, you would make your case and you would say, here's everything we've done to try to fill it. We just couldn't meet the 60 days for these reasons. Now we're doing this. I'm sure a judge, I can't speak for them, but I'm sure a judge would take all of that into consideration.
It's just a question that would be that part of the reason why council is allowed to dictate how many council members, you could increase or decrease council members.
If you were to make a decision to decrease the council members, it doesn't take effect until the next regular municipal election. So you're still with 7. So council decides now, okay, well, look, we're having so much difficulty filling this seat. Let's go down to 5 instead of 7. That's not going to take place until 2026. So you're still left with the remainder of trying to fill those 2 or trying to fill the seat.
Yep.
Yeah, so there it is. Voting day would be 45 days after nomination day, and nomination would be X number of days after you pass the bylaw. So the Municipal Elections Act would dictate how that by-election is conducted. Okay. We can skip that slide as well. Pregnancy and parental leaves. So section 270 of the Municipal Act requires municipalities to adopt a pregnancy and parental leave policy. However, the Municipal Act also says that a member's seat does not become vacant if they are absent for a period of 20 consecutive weeks or less related to the member's pregnancy or birth or adoption of the child. So you shall have a pregnancy and parental leave, and it has to have this as a minimum. So you can go above and beyond that. And the reason that it does, it says that, and it has a provision for pregnancy and parental leave, is because somebody might be absent, and the municipal act says, again, I mentioned earlier, that a member seat becomes vacant if they're absent for 3 successive months. So we've had over the years, some individuals say like, you know, I need parental leave and, you know, or pregnancy leave. I can't make meetings for 3 months. So now the act requires municipalities to allow for that. Okay. And their seat won't become vacant, even if council allows this minimum, or you fail to adopt a policy. The act still would trump that, and you can't declare that member seat vacant.
Put somebody temporary in the seat. Let's say they're all for a year.
Can council ask for a longer leave of absence? I think that was one of the questions.
Oh, okay. So if in your policy, you are going to allow 30 consecutive weeks, and they want longer than that. For you to divide by 4, that'd be about 7.5 months. You may have a provision in your policy that allows them to ask for an extension. Or you may say that this is the maximum and they have to come back. Or again, it's still not gonna prevent them from asking, but it would be up to council to decide whether you are no longer.
Pass a bylaw to allow long, technically.
Technically,
Because typically a maternity leave now is like a year, some are even 18 months.
yeah.
So what can you do with that seat in the meantime? It just remains.
Well, you just can't fill the seat for 20 consecutive weeks, but if they don't come back after the 20 consecutive weeks, and your policy states 20 consecutive weeks, and they haven't asked you for an extension, then unfortunately, their seat can become vacant.
I think you gotta also be careful of the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal to
Yep.
respect to that.
All of those would be.
That's very dicey
Yes.
character, and I suspect that act would come with that.
So your policy may, because you do have to have one according to section 270, your policy may say that they can apply for an extension in certain circumstances, or the council may consider an extension.
If somebody is off on pregnancy leave, if we had a proxy policy, can they proxy their vote still, or is there just out?
That you would have to, I think you would have to define how that would work. In your, if you had the act doesn't gonna speak to that. So now we get into, explaining how you exercise your powers. So council is lawmakers. So, bylaws passed by council, they can have a significant impact on the public. And residents in your community. So, it's important that, you know, council give due consideration to the policies and the bylaws that they're adopting, especially when they are restricting an individual's ability to do something, right? So that could be like a property standard bylaw, things like that. Municipalities generally act through bylaws and policies established by council through the bylaws can help shape the long-term health and well-being of the community. And there are various legal considerations that council should be aware of, as well as certain limitations on your municipal powers. And we're going to get into those in a little bit more detail. So considerations, so whenever you are looking at enacting a bylaw, you need to be aware of the Constitution Act. And the Constitution Act sets out the general principle that provinces have the exclusive right to pass laws respecting municipal institutions. So in essence, what that says is you're created by the province. The province is allowing you to exist. And the province is giving you through the municipal act and various other pieces of legislation, the province is giving you certain authority to exercise and operate as a municipality. So municipalities may only do what they have been authorized by the province to do. And the province may give a municipality only those powers that it may exercise within the Constitution's division of federal and provincial powers. Then the next one is the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So again, an example of the pregnancy leave, right? So again, you have to be careful and consider Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms when you are enacting the bylaws and making certain decisions. And the other one is the Ontario Human Rights Code. So again, you wouldn't want to restrict somebody from doing something that would infringe on their rights through the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Ontario Human Rights Code. And then there's other key federal and provincial legislation. So examples there are given the municipal act and plan. There's many other pieces of legislation that municipalities must abide by. So when you're looking at adopting bylaws or policies, you would want to ensure that the policy or bylaw that you're adopting doesn't contravene any provincial or federal legislation. So then we look at sources of law. And actually, I forgot to change that slide again. So these are the various types of laws that are out there that can also shape and have an impact on what you put in a policy. So one of those is source law, just like what I mentioned. That is provincial and federal legislation. So again, you have to ensure that it complies with federal and provincial legislation. There may be some administrative law that you have to take into consideration. So these are legal principles that may be established by either statute or by decisions made by courts, boards, and tribunals. So again, there may be certain decisions that were made that maybe aren't in the federal legislation or provincial legislation that you still have to consider. Same thing with boards and tribunals. So a good example of a board and tribunal would be Ontario Land Tribunal, Ontario Labor Relations Board, WSIB, or the Assessment Review Board. So again, you would want to look to certain decisions made by those types of boards to determine whether or not what you're contemplating in your bylaw, whether or not there's any restrictions for what would go in your bylaw. Then there's also case law. So legal principles may be established by the courts. And a good example here is that I like to bring up is a case regarding setting user fees, where somebody had filed a lawsuit against a municipality because their user fees were too high. And a court determined the basis of the decision was that the municipality, although the municipal act does not say what the limit are, it does not say how to calculate the fees. That court decision says that you can't charge more than the cost of operating that service. So you can't pad your user fees to take in more money, right? So you have to calculate your fees. So that's one case that lawyers like to talk about when they talk to municipalities about setting user fees. So again, there's specific court cases that may dictate what you put or may limit what you can put in your bylaw. Municipal powers. So how do you make the decisions that you do? So the municipal act is set out where it provides for natural persons powers, broad powers, there's spheres of jurisdiction in a two-tier system, and then there's specific powers. So really what natural persons powers are is the municipal act says that council has the authority to do anything the natural person does. So you're not going to be able to go into the municipal act and find a specific section that says that the municipality can enter into a contract for ABC. I can enter into a contract with somebody to do certain things. That means, and that's part of my natural powers as a person. So council can do that. You don't have to look for specific authority for something like that in the municipality. Okay, that's part of your natural person's powers. Then the municipal act is going to identify broad powers. So what it's going to say is that, it's gonna say that, for certain things, that council can exercise its authority broadly. So it will give you, for single tier municipalities, it gives you a list of the types of matters that the municipality can adopt bylaws for, or can provide services under. And you have the general broad power to adopt policies and make decisions within those parameters. There's also then specific powers that you're going to have that nobody else is gonna have. Because you're a municipality, you're going to have. So some of those could be, example of a specific power is tax collection. I don't have the authority as a natural person to tax, but you do as a municipality, so you're gonna look to the municipality for them. The other thing that you're going to do under the broad powers and specific powers is you're going to look for whether or not there's any restrictions or limitations on the municipality with respect to those powers that have been given to you.
Kathy, just a quick question. Did you just want to take a break for lunch, or would you rather do a working lunch, or what would be your preference? Whatever you think is fair.
Yeah, I've got about 30 more slides if you want to take, like, I don't mind taking 15 minutes to eat and then getting back into it when you guys eat.
I just seen that all the food just showed up and everything that's hot is hot right now, so it's probably a good time to take a 15-minute
Sure,
break.
yeah.
So, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Turn the heat back on. She went like for 15 minutes. Oh my God. Think you need more rock? Oh my God, yeah.
When I want a hot flash.
I'm that's not watching. I started. I didn't.
I know, right? Well, it's like you're.
Yeah.
Oh.
Chief of.
I don't know.
The only person that's there. Should never be. You don't know, it'll be interesting.
There you go. Yes.
Can I make a suggestion before we start? If you wanted to stand closer, we might be able to hear you with the heater on.
Oh.
Just a suggestion. I knew they'd all agree.
We need to pass.
All in favor?
We need to pass a bylaw.
I have never been accused of being too quiet. Okay, so, if you don't mind, I'll just throw some stuff there. Okay, so I kind of touched on this a little bit earlier regarding municipal powers and the broad powers. So again, what the act says is, or the act does is it provides municipalities with powers and duties, okay, for good governance. And this slide just generally talks about what those broad powers are. So you can adopt and make this, adopt bylaws and make decisions. Again, subject to certain limits that will be identified in the act. In relation to governance structures, so again, I talked about that earlier, you can change your governance structure if you want. With respect to the accountability and transparency of the municipality and its operations. With respect to the financial management, public assets, economic, social, and environmental well-being. Health, safety, and well-being of the people, services and things that the municipality is authorized to provide. Protections to persons and property. Structures including fences. And business licensing. So these are the list of, so municipalities in Southern Ontario have what they call spheres of jurisdiction that kind of list similar things. But in Northern Ontario, with single tier municipalities, you have the authority to make, you have broad power to make decisions within these categories. Okay. Next one we could do, I want to say delete, okay, with licensing. So again, part of your power is municipalities have the ability to establish a licensing system. Business licensing system. So, and it's requiring businesses to purchase a license. And then as part of that system, putting restrictions on businesses or allowing them to do certain things. Do you have a business licensing system here? Yeah,
We do, but it needs to be reviewed.
okay. So yeah, it's not just that it's a form of revenue, but it's a form of regulating businesses out there. And that, again, is part of like the health and safety and well-being of your community, right? That's one of those roles the municipality has. So then specific powers and limits. So again, specific powers, it can be seen as specific powers given to municipalities under the Municipal Act or under other pieces of legislation. So another example of another piece of legislation is the Building Code Act, where it contains enabling powers. So we enable, the province enables the municipality to do certain things. And generally, municipalities, your bylaws cannot conflict with federal or provincial legislation. Your broad powers are subject to procedural requirements or other limitations. So again, the Municipal Act is going to cover some of this stuff. And the province may, by regulation, limit some of your powers. So restructuring is a good one. So restructuring gives you the act gives you the authority to restructure, but you have to look to those regulations to see if there's any limitations or any other special authority. So and it's like most legislation, when you there will be tons of regulations that help enact that legislation. So always you have to keep in mind that there could be regulations as well. Now we're going to get into kind of how you exercise some of your powers. Okay, so what we just talked about explains how you get your powers, but how are you going to exercise those powers? So the Municipal Act allows council to delegate certain authority, and the main reason for this is to free up council time at council table. not everything in the municipality needs to come to the council table. So there's certain things that council can delegate, there's certain things that you cannot delegate. But the main thing is that it can help streamline council decision-making by delegating minor matters to either staff, to maybe committees or boards. And it builds on the authority to create local bodies, so advisory committees or boards, to assist with the local decision-making. Powers that cannot be delegated, you cannot delegate the adoption of a budget or the adoption of tax rates. You cannot delegate the appointing or removing of statutory officers. You cannot delegate incorporating corporations, adopting or amending the official plan, passing zoning bylaws, or passing certain bylaws in relation to small business counseling, adoption of a community improvement plan. These are all policies and programs that only council can approve. And like I said, amending or approving or amending the municipal budget. And any other powers that may be prescribed as time goes on. So in exercising that delegation, certain administrative matters that a natural person could delegate, council can delegate. Okay, so the hiring of staff other than a statutory officer, you can delegate that to staff. Procurement of goods and services, you adopt a policy. By adopting that policy and setting certain limits for purchasing, that in itself is a form of delegation to staff. Okay. One of the things I like to talk about here, because we often get questions in relation to municipal conflict of interest regarding donations. So we'll get questions from council members saying, well, I sit on this board and this, or not this board, but this community organization. And they're always coming to council asking for a $100 donation or a $500 donation. And I have to declare a pecuniary interest on it because I'm a member of that organization. So one of the things I say is, well, think about your delegation of authority as a council member. And in this one council, I think they had 3 out of 5 members that were part of this community organization. So then 3 of them are declaring a pecuniary interest anytime that the matter came before council. Says, well, why don't you adopt a donations policy? And in that policy, you can delegate council's authority to approve a donation to staff. Where staff, so these community organizations can still apply to the council or to the municipality, but within certain parameters that are outlined in the donation policy, staff gets to make the decision. So you don't have to worry about tying up council's time on an agenda dealing with a $100 item or a $500 item, right? So the delegated to staff certain parameters, certain decision-making. And then that freed up their time. Not only did they now no longer have to declare a pecuniary interest because the policy was general in nature to all community groups within the municipality, not just that one. And they freed up time on their agenda without having to spend time debating and discussing. And I think some of you can attest to the fact that you probably spend more time on a $100 item than a $100,000 item. That was my experience with some of my councils. So again, those thinking about delegation and looking at ways to streamline how you conduct your business through the delegation process can help the municipality function easier. So this, the powers of a municipality are generally exercised by bylaw or by resolution. So this slide shows you the difference between the two. So with a bylaw, the powers of the municipality shall be exercised by bylaw unless the municipality is specifically authorized to do otherwise, okay? Bylaws are signed by usually your clerk and your mayor. Council will have resolutions that approve that bylaw. Certain additional requirements by pieces of legislation may be added to the adoption of that bylaw, like requirements to give public notice, or you may have your own requirements through your notice policy that require you to give public notice. And you'd have to make sure that you're following those when you're adopting certain bylaws. When passing bylaws, municipalities should consider how they will be enforced. We'll talk about enforcement later, but the one point I want to make here, there's really no point in passing a bylaw to restrict or regulate something if you do not have a plan for enforcement. If you don't have a bylaw enforcement officer, why are you passing all these bylaws to enforce something or regulate the public doing something? So when you're adopting policies or bylaws, make sure you're considering the fact and considering the cost and the impact on human resources of adopting those policies. You want to make sure you'll be able to enforce them. And resolutions really are an expression of council's opinion. So I'm sure you're familiar with, you'll get a resolution or a letter from a municipality that says, you know, that council has adopted a bylaw and they're asking all municipalities to support them. That can be done by bylaw. Decisions of council, like appointing an individual to a vacancy, appointing individuals to committees, adopting policies, adopting the annual budget, adopting tax rates. Those are examples of decisions that council makes that should be done by bylaw. Okay. Again, with resolutions, expressing your views and procedural matters. So you're not going to pass a bylaw to adjourn the meeting that night, right? You're going to just pass a resolution that says we're adjourning the meeting or we're proceeding beyond curfew, things like that. You're going to maybe pass a resolution. I think you adopted a resolution to receive I think I saw that, to receive our presentation. That's a procedural matter, right? You're not necessarily making a decision. When you get into certain decision making, that you should have a bylaw. Again, a resolution directing staff to do something, requesting a report be brought back to us within 3 months on ABC. And that's a form of direction, and you can give that by resolution of council. Procedural requirements. So for adopting and amending bylaws, the municipal act is silent on that. You would identify in your procedure bylaw how you're going to adopt your bylaws. Some councils will enact the bylaw in one sitting. Some councils will, depending on the issue, might say we're going to read a first and second time, and they delay the third reading and final passing for maybe a month to give the public an opportunity to review the bylaw and provide feedback. Then amendments may be made or brought forward by staff, and then your third reading might be different from your first and second. Yep.
Can actually pass a bylaw.
Yes.
It's rare, but I've seen some municipalities, but in the one reading case, you might want to think about an option to have more than one reading for a specific purpose that you're talking about.
Yeah. The most common thing that I see is that council will take a 2 resolution approach. The first resolution is that the bylaw be read a first and second time, and you're not actually sitting there reading the bylaw. Like one of my former municipalities where every item on the agenda was read. Meetings lasted till 1 in the morning. They were long. And then the second, what's that?
They read out the whole bylaw.
They read out the whole bylaw.
Kathy's talking back in the.
I'm talking like
days.
90s, early 90s. And then the second resolution would say that the bylaw would ever be read a third time and finally passed. Others maybe do, I read 1, 2, and 3 times, and then your last resolution, second resolution is that it be hereby, or that it be finally passed. You decide how you're going to do your bylaws. Your procedural bylaw will dictate the process for adopting your bylaws. However, I should mention that there are certain times, certain pieces of legislation that will require you, that will set out when you have your each reading. So an example of that is Section 5 of the Drainage Act, where it requires you to give, I think you could read it first and second, and then you have to give notice, and you have to give the public an opportunity to comment, and then you would have your third reading and you would adopt it. As we've said many times, municipalities are responsible and accountable. The Municipal Act says you are. And many important legal considerations may apply to your actions and decisions. So this slide provides a brief decision, or sorry, a brief description of a couple of a couple of actions that the municipality can undertake when making decisions. So you can conduct hearings. So some of actions of council, you may decide that you should hold a public hearing on a matter to ensure fair treatment of individuals. Maybe this could be respecting your driver's, not drivers, but your business licensing, where you may have a provision in there that says the municipality can revoke your license under these conditions. But it may allow for a hearing. So for the license holder to meet with maybe all of council or a committee of council to defend itself. And then you would, that group, whether it's council or the committee, would then make a final ruling on removing that license. Council also must make decisions in good faith, and they must be reasonable, and the courts will be looking for that. So if you pass a bylaw and you are brought in front of a judge, a judge will look at whether the bylaw was passed in good faith and whether it was reasonable. Your decisions cannot be based on fraud, oppression, or improper motive. So you can't adopt a policy just because you don't like somebody that is doing something, or that you just don't like that person. So it has to be fair and equitable. You're licensing or you're regulating the thing, not the person, okay? Necessarily. Like I said, the courts will decide about good faith and any other legal issues on a case-by-case basis. Enforcement of your bylaws. There's many ways that municipalities can enforce. As I previously said, bylaws will have little effect if you're not enforcing them. Okay? And before you pass that bylaw, consider the intended purpose of that bylaw and how and what the intended outcome is. So this slide will show you some considerations that you might want to look at. So how will the bylaw affect the community? Will it impose restrictions and hardships on a certain portion of your community or groups in your community? What will the public reaction be, and how will council respond to that? What will the cost to administer it be? So if you want to do something or restrict something and the cost is just so outrageous that it's going to result in a huge tax impact, well, maybe that's not something you want to do, or maybe you want to limit the amount of restriction or the enforcement that's going to be required. Can existing staff take on additional responsibilities, or will more staff be required? So again, if you already have 10 bylaws that your bylaw enforcement officer is enforcing, and you want to add 2 or 3 bylaws to his purview, he might need another person. Okay. Is the municipality prepared to enforce that bylaw and enforce it consistently? So again, the main thing is enforcing it consistently and ensuring that everybody, that the rules are applied across the board. So municipalities can enforce bylaws with a bylaw enforcement officer, an independent service provider hired by council. So they're just a contractor, a municipal police force like the OPP or the OPP. I think you definitely have to pay an extra service if you were having the OPP enforce your bylaws. And or a person within the community who is dissatisfied with the level of enforcement can initiate a private prosecution. So if you are not enforcing your bylaws, a member of the public can apply to a court and have a court make that ruling. So in some cases, it's probably cheaper to just have your own person enforce this. The Municipal Act does provide for does provide municipality with the authority to establish a system of fines. And I think some of those fines, they could be outright fines, they could be administrative penalties. And there's different rules for each of those. And then there's there's other considerations for the bylaw enforcement officer, and some of those include power of entry. So municipal act will allow for that. Search and seizure, applications to courts, and there are certain restrictions for that.
Yeah, delete that.
A what?
And
Okay, yeah,
so just hired a bylaw. I'm sort of thinking it's. I think it's. Yeah, one matter.
okay, that's it. So actions against the municipality. So this slide describes some actions that could be taken by residents against the municipality for decision or non-decision. So the Ontario Ombudsman can play a role in investigating municipalities, as we previously mentioned, related to certain complaints, one of which is in relation to bylaw enforcement. But individuals may contact the Ontario Ombudsman, and it's up to the Ontario Ombudsman to determine whether or not they're going to investigate. So that's one action that's not on the slide. But more legal action that could be taken can for various reasons. One of them is in relation to your bylaw being, or your exercising your authority being a legal term called ultra virus. So this is any person may apply to the Superior Court of Justice to quash a bylaw that the municipality has adopted in whole or in part because they believe that the bylaw was illegal. Okay, so anybody can apply to the court for that. Then there's civil damages. Municipality can be sued by an individual for failure to carry out or for neglect in the conduct of its legal duties. So again, if you're, we mentioned about failing to meet those 60-day requirement for filling a vacancy, that's one of them. Civil damages, they can go to court and have a court order the municipality to do something that it should have been doing. Then there's appeals. Individuals may appeal to certain bodies or courts they can appeal the decision of council to certain bodies, to a court or to a quasi-judicial body. So the most common one that you're probably aware of is the, again, we keep forgetting to change that slide. They change their names on us too often. The Ontario Land Tribunal, which was formerly called Land Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, and Assessment Review Board. They can appeal to those. And there's a judicial review. The public can also, under limited circumstances, apply to a court to conduct a judicial review if they feel that the municipality proposes to act or has acted without power or beyond its power, or has refused to exercise mandatory power. So again, Section 60 says that's mandatory. It's not power, that's a mandatory requirement. So they could have asked for judicial review, right? And then individual may take action to bring the matter before the courts for a legal remedy. So those are actions that can be taken against the municipality. Like I said, for failure to act or for acting where you don't have the authority to act. So now we're going to get into finance. So council needs to balance, you need to find a balance between performing your role and conducting your business with the overall financial impact on the municipality. And fundamentals of effective financial management include long-term financial planning. It's not just this year that you really should be thinking about, it's longer term. adopting good financing policies that meet today's and tomorrow's needs. Some of these financial policies include adopting, reserve and reserve fund policies, tax collection policies, debt management policies, investment policies. All of those are good financial policies that we encourage municipalities to adopt. You need to consider what types of programs and services you're going to provide and at what level you're going to provide those services at. And should include regular financial reporting to council and implementing certain financial risks and controls. So we're going to look at the budget. So budget is probably your most powerful management tool that you're going to adopt. And a budget is a policy, right? Think about it that way. Your annual budget is the adoption of, is a policy that you're going to adopt every year. And you are required to adopt the budget annually. And it has to be balanced, which means that you can't budget for a surplus or deficit. You have to budget. It has to come out to zero, the difference between your revenues and expenses, including your levy. If you have a surplus or deficit at the end of the year, the Municipal Act requires that you have to bring it into the budget in the following year. Unless you have a policy that says a surplus will be, if I have a surplus, it automatically will go into reserves. But your deficit, if you have a deficit, it has to be recovered in the following year. This is operating surplus or deficit. The budget really is a reflection of what you plan to do for the year. How many does this municipality do a line by line budget?
Like, exactly, so the municipality used to.
Okay.
The last term of council, they changed it, they adopted a new municipal budget policy, so now they do it by department, so it's summary. But line by line is taking us too long, and council, like you might have already mentioned, we pay attention to the $500 expenses, we far too long as opposed to the $500,000 expenses. So they would get into the weeds and it would actually open up doors for micromanaging.
Well, good to hear that, because there's oftentimes when I deliver the presentation and I ask that question and I see all the hands go up. And I see all these municipalities when we do it, you know, in a group, and it's, yeah, line by line budgets really are a good use of your time.
We did that. Line by line.
Yeah. Yeah.
That way. Save time.
Yep.
And council still gets their opportunity.
And I will say this council's been really good to adopt that way. The only thing this council's not receiving, unfortunately, is the various reports.
Yeah.
But, yep,
You'll get there.
eventually.
The other, okay, no, that's the next one. So budget preparation. Oh, no, sorry, I should mention before you go on to the next slide. Most of our smaller municipalities, they will have, you know, it's council that's involved in the entire budget process. Some of our larger ones, as part of the process, they have a committee of council. Well, it's still all members of council that sit on that budget committee. But discussing the budget as a budget committee instead of at a council table allows them to conduct their meetings freer. And they're not, you know, they don't have to conduct it in accordance with the procedural bylaw where, you know, there's a lot more rigor to those kinds of meetings, or not rigor, but structure. So a lot of some municipalities, the larger ones, will have what they call a budget committee. And even if it's all of them, they still have to be open to the public. Budgets still have to be discussed in open public meeting. There is no section of the Municipal Act. 239 doesn't allow you to discuss your budget in close. Although there are some that still do meet in close. And it's really important, you know, you engage your departments, you engage, maybe have some public consultation built into that. Next slide. Do you have an established documented budget process?
We do, it's a budget.
Okay.
policy. Yes, it was
Okay.
adopted by the last council.
Okay, no, that's good. We encourage every municipality to adopt a process, put it in writing to identify clearly established timelines. You know, you'd start out and give your staff, your department heads timelines on when they have to have their portions of the budget completed. That would spell out how they report to council and in what format they're gonna report to council about what they want to see in their budget. And the impacts of tax increase or the impacts of, certain government programs. So your process will spell out the reporting relationship between council and staff. And then it will spell out the various meetings that you're gonna have, how you're gonna evaluate the budget, how you're gonna make changes. And then what your optimal timeline is for adoption and approval of that budget, and then approval of the tax rates. And then as part of your budget, the budget preparation, that staff is going to provide for you, is they're gonna look at, okay, here's our budget, here's the impact on our tax levy, and here's the impact on individual tax, or on taxes. So you have your levy, then you have you have your budget, your levy, and your taxes. But main important point there is, always ensure that you establish a process and follow it. I'd also recommend building in a public consultation as part of your process. Give the public an opportunity to come and, listen to what your budget presentation is and give them an opportunity to maybe raise concerns. You may want to consider adding that in as part of your policy if it's not already. I know some municipalities, good, okay. Some municipalities, I know a lot of them do that, but some of our smaller ones tend not to. I'll explain, I think you probably already know, but the difference between the operating and the capital budget. Operating budget, that's your day-to-day. What does it cost to operate your municipality day-to-day? So things like your heat, your hydro, staffing, office supplies, things like that. Capital, on the other hand, is all of your capital needs, and it should be linked to your asset management plan, and your reserve plan and your debt management plan. It should be linked to all of that. So your capital plan is your buildings, all of your infrastructure, your water, your wastewater, all of your buildings, your large equipment. That's what we consider capital. Some municipalities will have separate operating and capital budgets. Mostly our smaller ones will combine the two, but your capital budget always has to be linked to your operating budget, because your operating budget will dictate what your annual levy is. And you're never gonna have enough grants or reserves or debt to fund that, those assets, and some of it will have to come out of your operating levy, which then impacts your tax levy. Okay. Now we're getting into reporting to the public, financial reporting to the public. So municipalities are required annually to prepare what's called financial information return, and that gets submitted to the province. We require that. And that is different, although it's the same information, it's a different report than the audited financial statement. So your auditor will prepare your audited financial statements for you. In most municipalities in Northern Ontario, they will also prepare the FIR, financial information return. But sometimes the treasurer will do that. We do obtain both the financial statements and the FIR, and we review them annually. And then service managers have to prepare what's called a service manager annual information return, SMARE, and they submit that to the province. I think it's MCCSS would get that, Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services. We get a portion of it because of the housing piece. But they also produce financial statements too, and those should be sent to every municipality. They are, okay. So those are financial reports that must be prepared and are public documents. So I'll dive into a little bit more on the FIR. I love the FIR. It gives us a lot of information about the municipality and how the municipality is doing. It's an invaluable resource for us. We also look to the FIR for information. We are what's called, the province or the ministry is what's called the line ministry reviewer. So when you apply for funding to certain programs in the province, and OHSC, for example, we are asked to review the application on the basis, and we look at what, the municipality's ability to fund its share. Because the last thing we want to do is give the municipalities some funding when we know they can't fund their share, and it's going to result in maybe them exceeding their annual repayment limit or just depleting their reserves, and they just don't have the money for it. It's going to get them in some financial difficulty. So we review grants for that. The information that's contained in the FIR is also used by the province to develop programs, develop policies, and a big part of what we do is monitoring the financial well-being of the municipalities. And we do that through what we call the financial indicator threshold. Thresholds fits review annually. So we take pull information from the FIR, create a series of indicators, and that helps us determine how well the municipality is doing. Those financial indicators are shared with your treasurer annually. And if any council wants a presentation on those, we'd be more than happy to come out and explain the fits to you. Okay, so the next slide is a snapshot of the FIR website. It's maintained by the province. It has every municipality's FIR on here, and I think you can go back to like the mid-90s. And it's extremely valuable information. There's some drop down, there's some under municipal reporting. No, I think it's under the reports and dashboards, one of those two. There's what's called a multi-year FIR. And in that, what it takes is, I think it's from, what year did PSAB come in? 2008, 09? So you could look at how your municipality was doing every line of the FIR from 2008 to current. So if you want to see how things have been progressing year over year, that Excel spreadsheet will tell you a huge story. And in that spreadsheet, there are also some, I don't want to say indicators, but maybe some performance measures that are calculated in there. It's your information. And we use your information to create certain performance metrics. So trying to think of one of the examples that would be in there. Tax effort, I think, is one of them. So the level of the percentage of taxes the municipality or the ratepayers, the percentage of their household income they are contributing towards taxes. So that's a tax effort. And it will also show up on your municipal financial profiles, which is another document we share with treasurers. And that's a good way of measuring how much of a person's household income is going towards paying that or going towards taxes, municipal taxes. And then there's one that includes school board taxes as well, all taxes, property taxes. And we compare that to your peer group, which is municipalities of a similar size. We compare that to the north and we can compare it to the province. So if you get a percentage and compare that to other municipalities of similar size, and if you're at 2.5%, but your comparative group is at 3.5%, potentially you have room to increase so that, you know, your community is paying similar taxes to what others are. You can't just compare tax rate and you can't just compare assessment because the two go hand in hand, right? So there's a lot of useful information on here that we will often send the public to. And we really encourage councils and staff to go look at the information that they could gather from this site. And the link is provided. I think we shared the PDF version, and these are live links. So if the PDF is shared with you, you can get the link through there. Database analysis. We encourage municipalities to make decisions based on evidence. So gather data. You can gather some data through the FIR, through financial information that you can glean from the FIR site. But you should be looking and gathering all sorts of data in order to make informed decisions. So this slide here just shows you some of the things that you can consider, or some of the questions you can ask yourself when you're trying to make decisions. So how do your tax levels compare to other similar municipalities? What factors do you consider when you're setting your tax rates? So thinking about things like your asset management, what's on the horizon? The risk of not following your asset management plan. So from a risk management perspective, things like that, you should be asking yourself when you're making certain decisions, especially when you're looking at the budget. Is the level of tax arrears in your municipality increasing or decreasing? What factors in your community have affected your tax arrears over the years? And how do you compare it to other municipalities? So the great thing about that FIR website is you're going to get the same information for all 144 municipalities. And if you want to know which municipalities are in your comparative group, just contact Brandon. He can give you the list of those municipalities. You need to look at your debt limits. Are you following the policies that you've adopted? Is there room within your annual repayment limit to borrow more money? So these are some things that you can consider, but it's all part of data-based analysis. Next slide. Now we look at sources of capital financing. So municipalities, there's three main sources of where you're getting your revenue to fund your capital. So there's internal sources. So that could either be you set money aside through reserves and reserve funds, or you're getting it from your general levy. With external resources, you can get funding from through government grants, either federal or provincial. You can fundraise. I know some municipalities that wanted to fundraise for a fire truck. They had a little bubble and they raised for a fire truck, or they raised money for a park. And then there's also payments through public-private partnerships, however, that is not as common. Other sources of capital revenue is external borrowing and long-term leases. If you are going to borrow, you need to be familiar with what we call annual repayment limit. So every year, so what the annual repayment limit is, there is a regulation that's under the municipal act that sets the maximum amount that a municipality can reasonably repay annually. So it's not the amount that you can borrow, it's the amount that you can reasonably repay. Okay. So generally, a municipality cannot commit more than 25% of its total own source revenues. So that would be property taxes, user fees, and investment income to service your long-term debt. So again, it's that annual repayment without first going to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So if you want to exceed your 25%, so say you're getting close and you have a major capital project that you have to undertake, because there's severe risk of you not undertaking that project, you can apply to the Ontario Land Tribunal for authority to exceed your annual payment limit. There's not many municipalities that even come close to exceeding their ARL. Some municipalities will adopt what they call a pay-as-you-go financing versus using long-term debt. You need to determine what's best for your community. I think a good mix or a good balance between long-term debt, use of reserves to fund capital, I think is probably a good decision to make. But you would have to determine what that balance is. We're not going to tell you what that balance should be. Sources of municipal revenue. So there's two buckets. One is property tax revenue. So property tax, it could be your tax rates. It could be special area rates or payment in lieu of taxes. And that comes from the province or the federal government in lieu of paying taxes. And then there's other revenue. Any other kind of revenue would fit into the other bucket. So conditional or unconditional grants, user fees, licensing fees, investment income, fines and penalties, municipal accommodation tax, if you've had it, as well as local improvement charges. So those are the two buckets for the sources of revenue. And we'll look at setting the property tax rates. So this is a simple calculation. There's way more involved than what we see here. But that's a simple calculation. So as part of your budget process, you're going to determine the amount that you need to raise through taxation. You're going to look at the amount of assessment that you have and convert it into a weighted assessment. And then from that, putting the two together will spit out all of your municipal tax rates. Like I said, that's an oversimplified description of how you calculate taxes. It's a lot more complicated than that, as I see, Cassandra Smiley. It can get quite complicated depending on how many, property tax classes you have and tax banding and the whole bit. But the first thing that you have to do is set that levy, and then you work with NPAC to get your assessment. So there's always two sides to the taxes. One is assessment, one is the tax rates. You have no control over assessment, but you do have control over the budget and the tax rates. So then property taxes. So this is, again, an oversimplified calculation. So to calculate an individual's property taxes, you take the assessment that was determined by impact for that property, and you multiply it by the tax rate for that property tax class, and that will give you the amount of property taxes that they are paying for that year. And then you would do the same thing for the education. And the municipality will calculate or collect the education tax rates as well. Okay. Tax billing and collection. I'd like to spend a little bit more time on this one because we know that sometimes tax collection can be a challenge in the north. So billing, tax bills are issued based on the assessment roll that is returned to the municipality by MPAC. And the municipal act says that the municipality shall bill based on that assessment roll. So if it assigns a value and says that it's not tax exempt, the municipality has to bill that property. Municipality will issue the tax bills, and then council will determine whether or not taxes will be paid in installments, what the due dates are, and whether penalty and or interest will be charged. Then there's a collection piece. So after council issues, or after you adopt the tax rates and staff issue the tax bills, then you need to collect. You need to determine, you need to identify, and this is where you're going to do this through a tax collection policy, all of the different methods that the public can pay their taxes. So you want to encourage, you want to adopt as many different methods as possible for the public to pay, to make it easy to pay. So can they pay through their bank? Can they pay using their credit card? Or is it only cash? Do you offer, how many installments are you allowed? You only allow one, that might be unaffordable. When are you issuing your tax bills? You don't want to issue tax bills too close to certain times of the year. Like you don't want to wait and send out your tax bills in September and have your due dates October and December. Nobody's going to be paying December because it's close to Christmas, right? So think about things like that when you're setting out and establishing your collection. Other methods of collection can include court proceedings, seizure of assets, and rent deterrent. What rent deterrent is if you had an apartment building and the owner of the building is delinquent on their taxes, you can ask the tenants to pay you their rent directly to the municipality, and in lieu of them paying their rent to the owner. So that's a method of collection that if they're in arrears, you can ask to do that. Then there's certain tax relief. There's legislative framework for mandatory and discretionary municipal property tax relief. So municipalities shall have shall provide tax relief for charitable organizations, for low-income persons, seniors, and persons with disabilities. Where the optional part comes in is the municipal act will set out minimum requirements for those policies. Municipalities can go above what those minimum are. That's why we say they're discretionary and mandatory. Then there's tax sales. So ultimately, at the end of the day, or at the end of 2 years, if a property remains in tax arrears, the municipal act allows the municipality to sell that property for tax arrears. And there's a long process that has to be followed. The act now says you can tax sale after 2 years, but I know some municipalities are still keeping it to 3 years like it was before. identify that in your tax collection policy. So that staff know what the council's wishes are, and then they would implement that. Shared service agreements, we encourage municipalities to, as a form of, maybe improving their services or lowering the cost, to share services. You don't necessarily have to be neighboring or bordering. There's certain soft services that you can share with other municipalities. Tax collection is one of them. That's a soft service that you can maybe share. We have produced over the years a series of guides to help municipalities better understand shared services, and also to maybe establish some shared services agreements. There's one, we worked with MFOA a number of years ago, and there's some guides there. Unfortunately, links aren't there, but if you're interested in these, we have them. We could share them with your staff. And then we also worked with, we provided a municipality with some funding to study shared services in their area. So there were 4 municipalities that got together, and that study also produced transferable tools. So not only were, and some of those tools include sample shared services agreements, cost modeling, cost methods to share the cost. And there's a couple of other things in there that if you're interested, we could also share that with you as well. Municipal asset management planning, next slide. As you're probably aware, municipalities are required to have an asset management plan, and Ontario Regulation 48817 that came into effect on January 1st, 2018, requires municipalities to gradually improve on their plans over time. And the next slide will show you the due dates and all the deadlines. So by 4 years ago now, I guess, municipality had to establish an asset management policy. That's not the plan. This is a policy. We believe you already have one of those. Then by July 1st, 2022, you had to, for your core assets, which are listed on the slide, the water, wastewater, storm sewer, roads, bridges, and culverts, you had to have an inventory of those assets. You had to establish current levels of service. And you had to identify the cost of maintaining those levels of service. So you had to have that in place in your asset management plan by 2022. By July of this year, you need to build on that by including all of your municipal assets. So things like your arena, your administration building, your vehicles. Those are other types of assets that now have to be included in your asset management plan. Although I know that there's a lot of municipalities that just went and included all of their assets, and they're ahead of the game. And you have to have a current level of service and cost to maintain those additional assets as well. And then by July 1st, 2025, the municipality, you will then need to identify proposed levels of service and establish a life cycle management and financial strategy for all of your assets. So in essence, that's a long-term financial plan. Okay, so there are municipality or the province is requiring that municipalities comply with that regulation by those established deadlines.
So we're not in compliance.
You're not in compliance yet? With
So
which
we
part?
actually only done the first one.
Only done the first one?
Yeah, so
Okay.
we were working on the second one and received funding for it, but with everything going on, we haven't been able to get to it.
Okay,
And
and you're working with MOI and keeping them updated and,
yeah, well, his city, right?
okay,
They are the ones who are helping us with this. They've been patient, they've been trying to work with us, but appreciate everything going on. Yeah, I've been able to get to it.
We had no discussion. They have no
Okay.
other-
and they haven't been withholding any funding or anything? Okay. You just never know when that day will come when they say, It's like the old, yeah, you don't file your FIR by a certain time now. It's gone back to that,
What's that, Kathy, sorry?
it's just like the FIR, if that's not filed by, if it's not filed, like I say this week, they're gonna withhold the, first quarter of the 2024 on, yeah. And it'll be withheld until it's done.
Well, but
They've gone back to withholding. They used to,
yes,
they stopped during COVID. But it's been really, by not having that penalty, it's been impacting, our ability to get the financial information. As the financial information that MOF needs in order to calculate the OMPF. So we're back to putting the penalty on. Yeah. That's our presentation. I know I kind of ran through the last little bit quickly. Any last questions before we go? Although my name is listed first, Brandon is your first point of contact, not me. If Brandon's not around, I don't mind. I enjoy talking to municipalities, as you can see. So don't be shy, call us. If we don't have the answer, we'll try to put you in touch with somebody who does. We will, you know, part of our job is to gather and share leading practices. So oftentimes we will know what another municipality is doing. Then you're calling us and we'll say, hey, I know just who you can talk to, or I have this that I can share with you. Oftentimes with, especially with the mandatory policies, we'll share policies so that you don't have to start from scratch. Cherry pick from other municipalities and create the policy that works best for you. And we can often provide you with some samples.
anybody else have questions?
Will we send this, slideshow?
Pardon me?
Will we have the slideshow?
Yeah, so the package you received, the special council package, it wasn't linked there, but I can resend it to you.
But is it linkable, like?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Yep.
know that.
Yep.
Okay.
It's already there, and it's there for the public as well, but I can send the PDF again.
We get the links and it.
Yep.
Okay.
So thank you very much, Kathy and Brandon, for coming. It was a great presentation. Thank you. Okay. So, Madam Chair. We do have a motion to pass. First motion is just a motion that council receive the training and for the record, so I need a mover and a second. Councilor Neal and Councilor Gary. So it's moved by Councilor Neal, seconded by Councilor Gattery, be it resolved that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing educated council on the following topics: role of council, councillor and staff, accountability and transparency, meetings, municipal government, municipal organization, changes to council composition, council as lawmakers, exercising municipal powers, the fiscal context, emergency management, disaster financial assistance, affordable and social housing homelessness. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, Madam Chair, so the final motion to conclude the meeting today, I need a mover and a seconder to adjourn.
Thank you very much for your presentation and getting all the way out here for that.
You're welcome.
Great,
Yeah.
appreciate it, very
Well,
important.
hopefully it was informative and meaningful. Learned
It
something
was,
today.
yeah.
If there's, we have a whole host of other presentations.
Yeah.
If you're ever interested in other things, let Brandon know, and if we can deliver it, we'd be more than happy to. Come out, I say come out, but probably more virtual, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might be appropriate at some point, you would come with the things early in the family and give us some information.
Oh. Yeah, my famous curling family. I'm sure they'd be more than happy to come out. In their spare time.
Come out of the journey. Councilor Brandon.
It was moved by Councilor Diamond, seconded by Councilor Gattery, that the special meeting of council is hereby adjourned at 1:36 PM. All those in favor?
You're gonna come and pick my house? All right. You clean also.
Between 1 AM and 3 AM. I never saw this in my mall.
Oh, you've been nice.